Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Mann. I'm the Deputy Mayor in City of Cambridge and the chair of today's special council meeting, our budget meeting. Today is a unique meeting as we will be virtually inviting delegations to speak with us about our 2022 budget. Our city, our future. The city has provided advanced notice of the 2022 budget and delegation opportunities through Facebook, through Twitter, the city's website, the City of Cambridge Engaged page, and through the Cambridge Times and the Record. Budget time at the City of Cambridge takes a great deal of time to prepare, and it takes a great deal of council and the public's time to review. Staff have worked diligently and thoughtfully to bring forward a draft budget for council's consideration. Under the leadership of our Chief Financial Officer, Cheryl Ayers, I wanted to give a special thank you to the finance team, as well as staff from clerks, corporate strategy, the project management office, and corporate communications for everything you have done to assist this process in getting us here today. As council, we debate and discuss the overall budget, but each item or project has a dedicated team behind it who are working on our behalf each and every day. On top of that, we have an amazing finance team who help pull this together, a great clerks team that helps guide us through our meetings, and our communications team who pull it all together for the public to follow along. They help put together the budget book, which is not a small task, as many of us who have had the privilege of reading it through over the past week know. It has been a difficult year. We've had a lot of challenges, and we continue to meet virtually, but I'm amazed day in and day out at the dedication and determination of our city staff. This budget process is a testament to their talent, their teamwork, and excellence. A sincere thank you to all. On November 24th and 25th, small groups of members of council had the opportunity to meet with staff and ask questions. These informal settings provide staff with a better understanding of what to expect from council as we move into budget deliberations, so that staff can be prepared with any additional detail they need to have on hand. The special council addendum for today's meeting provides a summary of the questions members of council asked about the budget and the answers provided by staff. As part of our budget process, we have registered delegations this morning and this evening, and we have grouped the delegations based on the topic they are speaking about. Today, we will hear from delegations following presentations, and then we will hear from delegations again this evening. Should more time be needed to get through the budget, we have scheduled further budget special council dates on Tuesday, December 7th at 5 p.m. and Thursday, December 9th at 9:30 a.m. and again at 5 p.m. So following this evening's meeting, we will recess and then reconvene our meeting on December 7th and 9th if necessary. Just want to remind you that this morning's meeting and this evening's meeting is council's opportunity to hear from the public and then take those questions, comments, and feedback into consideration as part of our deliberations. Any members of the public who wish to address the budget matters today are encouraged to send their comments, feedback, and correspondence to clerks@cambridge.ca. Should additional correspondence be received between budget meetings, staff will share this with council so it may be considered. A reminder before we get started today, Cambridge, as we head into this holiday time, to stay safe and remain vigilant. Wash your hands, practice physical distancing, and wear your mask. Stay safe. Okay, so let's get started on today's proceedings. As a reminder to council and our delegations, in the spirit of kindness and procedural rules, I will ask that we maintain decorum at all times throughout our meeting, and remind members and the public that using disrespectful language will not be tolerated. I'd also like to remind everyone participating in the meeting today to please mute your mics when you're not speaking. At this time, I will ask our clerk to complete a roll call of council so that we can confirm everyone's attendance as we are coming to you electronically. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade. Present.
Councillor Devine,
Present.
Councillor Mehta,
Present.
Councillor Hamilton.
Present.
Councillor Liggett will join us shortly. Councillor Mann,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Mann, my apologies. Councillor Reid,
Present.
Councillor Wolf,
Present.
Mayor Mcgarry.
Present.
Thank you. In addition, we are going to take a moment to welcome the staff we have joining us today. And with us electronically, we have our city manager, David Calder, our deputy city managers, Hardy Bromberg, Cheryl Zonleiter, Yogesh Shah, and Dave Bush. Our chief financial officer, Cheryl Ayers, our city solicitor, Lisa Shields. And as well today, we have many staff joining us from our finance, engineering, and recreation and culture divisions, as well as staff on hand to assist as we move through the budget process. We want to thank you all for being with us today. Clerking the meeting today, we have our city clerk, Danielle Manton, our deputy city clerk, Jennifer Shaw, Briar Allison and Mallory Greenoff, Council Committee Services Coordinators. And again, thank you today to our technology services staff, Ayesh De Silva, who is assisting with logistics for this meeting. As a reminder to members of council that if you have made declarations of pecuniary interest at a previous meeting, you will also have to do so for the bylaw related to the same item. And now to council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we will now move forward with our agenda for today. And just before we do that, I know Councillor Liggett will be joining us and her camera will be off due to an appointment that she has later on. But she will be with us to be able to vote and ask questions. We will now move on to presentations. And as we move forward with a few presentations from staff, I want to ask that members of council make notes of any questions you have for staff. We will save our questions for staff until the particular item is before council as part of our budget deliberations. You will also hear from consultants this morning, and you are welcome to ask questions of the consultants so that following their presentation, we can let them go to move on with their day. So first up this morning, we have Sarah Austin, our Manager of Development Engineering, with us to provide some opening comments in relation to item number 6.2.3, 21-267 CD, Stormwater Management Funding Study Recommendations. And I want to welcome Sarah.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and good morning, everybody. I believe I have a presentation that hopefully can get brought up for us.
Thank you, Sarah, and we'll get the clerk to bring that up for you. And you can just ask for the next slide as we move through the presentation.
All right, certainly. So good morning, Council, members of staff and the public. My name is Sarah Austin. I'm the Manager of Development Engineering here at the city. And I've been the project manager on the city's stormwater management funding study that's been ongoing for the last about 2.5 years. Next slide, please. In 2018, Council directed staff to explore the benefits of alternative stormwater management user fees and funding mechanisms. The city initiated a capital project, and we retained Wood Environment and Infrastructure Solutions and Watson and Associates to undertake that project for us. The study has now been completed, and we're presenting it today with a recommendation that funding for the maintenance and operation of the municipal stormwater management system transition from a tax-based system to a dedicated rate structure, as detailed in the council report on the agenda today. With me today is Brian Bishop from Wood and Nancy Neal from Watson and Associates, and they're going to walk through the next slides and provide an overview of what the stormwater funding study was and the details of our recommendations, and we will all then be available for questions at the end of the presentation. So I'll turn it over to Brian and ask for the next slide, please.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning, Mayor Mcgarry and members of council. Stormwater is the portion of rainwater and melted snow that runs off lawns, streets, and other surfaces. And hard surfaces such as pavement and rooftops prevent precipitation from naturally soaking into the ground. The city manages stormwater in order to prevent flooding of homes, roads, and businesses, and to prevent creek erosion and to stop pollutants from entering the local water bodies. The city stormwater management system collects, directs, and controls the stormwater runoff in order to reduce or eliminate these potential impacts. And the goal of the study was to establish a fair and equitable funding model, which will allocate the cost of the city stormwater management system based on the varying amounts of stormwater runoff that are generated by different properties. In other words, based on a user pay principle. Next slide, please. The city's stormwater management system has a current asset replacement value of $532 million. And the city, as part of the study, identified a key objective to proactively invest in ongoing inspection and maintenance, as opposed to more costly emergency repairs. And this will address the aging infrastructure and also the increasing frequency and duration of storm events. Next slide, please. In terms of stormwater assets, the city has approximately 370 kilometers of storm sewers, 155 kilometers of other storm sewers and storm leads, nearly 7,000 manholes, 10,000 catch basins, 87 stormwater ponds, pictured as one of those, 27 oil and grit separators, 1,200 ditch culverts, 700 storm inlets, outlets, and 3 dams. Next slide, please. A key component of the study was the consultation and engagement with the public and the city staff. The team met 4 times with the Citizens Stormwater Advisory Committee, which was made up of representatives from residential areas, businesses, institutions, and the Conservation Authority. The city published information and advertised public information, virtual public information session, which was held on the city's website. And that drew approximately 270 views and 24 responses to the online survey. And then this was added to feedback received earlier in the study from an information posting on the website, which drew approximately 70 visits and 12 completed surveys. Next slide, please. With the input from the city staff and the advisory committee and the survey feedback from the public, the following areas of focus were determined for the stormwater program: addressing the current infrastructure gap by reducing the capital backlog, stormwater pond assessments and cleanouts, a proactive program of closed circuit TV and Zoom camera inspections, storm sewer repairs, catch basin cleaning, leaf pickup, storm outfall repairs. So on the basis of these areas of focus, a future program has been developed. Next slide, please. For the future program, all of the elements were reviewed and assigned a proposed level of service, either the current level of service, if the city's level was satisfactory, or one of a basic, medium, or high level of service, with each increase coming with added costs and added staff requirements. So the level of service would range from 6.9 million if all of the elements were set at the basic level, to 15.5 million if they were all set at high. So the preferred program is actually a blend of basic and medium levels of service for all elements, and it comes to an approximate cost of 8.1 million annually, excluding growth-related costs. Next slide, please. I'll turn it over to Nancy from Watson to take.
Good morning, Mayor Mcgarry and members of council. To continue on the financial side of things, we've taken that preferred program, and assuming that it would be fully implemented as of January 1, 2022, which of course it won't be, but for purposes of the analysis, we made that assumption. You can see that we are actually moving from, just under the $6 million mark over time up to, without the growth related works, close to $8 million a year. That large growth related component It won't necessarily all happen in one year. It may be spread over a number of years, but it really will relate to when growth-related works are needed to be put in place to allow growth to continue on. Next slide, please. What this graph shows, where the other one was pure capital works, is really your day-to-day operating expenses, which are in the yellow, and the capital related, which includes reserve fund transfers, any debt for capital, previous capital projects, those annual debt payments being paid. So over time, with inflation, the full program would range from $8 million, or just over $8 million, upwards of almost $14 million over a 10-year period. Next slide, please. Currently, your funding model for stormwater is mainly funded from property taxes. As well, the growth-related works are funded both from development charges as well as dedications from the developing landowners. Moving forward, there are various different funding alternatives available to municipalities. Of course, many municipalities are still on that property tax base. The growth-related works will continue to be recovered through dedications from landowners and development charges. But then moving to an alternative dedicated rate, there are various rate structures or rate models that are available to you. And the most common that are out there in use are flat rates, rates that are based on land area, utility rates, which is similar to what you would pay per cubic meter for water or wastewater. Those are typically used by municipalities that have a combined sewer system. Then there is runoff coefficient basis, which is really applying a factor that measures the amount of rainfall that is running off of hard surfaces on a property and into the stormwater system. And then there's impervious area, which is a specific measurement of each and every property to see how much rainfall is migrating off of those properties. Next slide, please. During our analysis, we looked at two different rate model options. The first being just a rate based on the size of properties, and the second being on that average runoff coefficient. With both options, we did vary the properties. With agricultural, we've kept a flat rate per acre or per hectare under both options. Residential tiered into small, medium, and large properties. So in option one, we looked at the pure property sizes and grouped them into the size of them. Option two took those groupings and then applied average runoff coefficients for those different sized properties. Non-residential properties, we grouped the small and medium sized properties, which were really under an acre, and kept a flat rate for them or a rate based on an average runoff coefficient. And then for large sized properties that were over an acre, we again looked at a rate per acre or per hectare, and again based on either the land property or an average runoff coefficient. Next slide, please. Within both options, we also looked at a couple of alternatives for properties that may council may choose to exempt from paying a stormwater or dedicated stormwater rate. And you can see under alternative one, there are quite a few institutional properties such as schools, hospitals, nursing homes, and other institutional residences, as well as properties that are considered special or exempt under property taxes currently, and then government type facilities. Alternative two, we have limited the exemptions to only schools. There is legislation that mandatorily exempts school boards from stormwater charges. Although in the grouping, there are also other schools, private schools, secondary schools, post-secondary schools that would have to be through an implementation plan decided and as to whether they were going to be exempted. But for alternative 2, we've exempted any educational facility. The preferred alternative by staff and the advisory committee is alternative 2, which limits the exemptions to those that are mandatorily required to be exempt, and then spreads the costs amongst all other properties more evenly for equity purposes. Next slide. This is a representation of the costs that are shared currently and under the different options between residential, non-residential, and agricultural facility or properties. Currently, just over 68% of your stormwater program is being funded through residential property taxes, about 0.1% through property taxes from agricultural properties, and almost 32% for non-residential properties.
Hi, Simon.
Sorry, was there a question there? Okay.
No, please continue.
Okay, under option 1, which was based on land area, you can see there's a shift from what you're currently at, with residential then decreasing down to 41% of covering the stormwater costs. A little larger share, 0.8% from your agricultural properties, and almost 58% then being recovered through the non-residential properties. Again, with the preferred option 2, which is based on that runoff coefficient, we see an even further shift with residential paying just under 30% of the overall costs, the agricultural properties being brought down to closer to what they're currently paying, and then the larger share, just over 70%, being recovered from your non-residential properties, which tend to have more hard surfaces. Next slide, please. We've provided a comparison of other municipalities that currently have or are actually looking to put in a dedicated stormwater rate. And you can see in the middle, this first slide is based on a single detached home that is equal to 0.2 of an acre and currently has an assessment of $365,000. So under that current property tax regime, they would be paying just over $100 of their property taxes would be going towards stormwater costs. Under option 1, that would reduce down to around the $50 mark, and then it would reduce, or sorry, $75 mark, and then option 2 would reduce down to just over $50 in the first year. Next slide, please. This is a comparison of a smaller, medium, non-residential property, and again, where they would be currently paying would be just under $500, and then it would reduce down under option 2, and option 1 would be even lower. Next slide, please. The last comparison is for a large industrial property. The one we chose was 3.08 acres and currently had an average assessment of $2.3 million almost. This is where you can see currently they are actually paying an amount that will be stepped up under option 1 or option 2. Which then helps to show that swing between where properties will start being recovered more through the non-residential properties that you have right now. Next slide, please. And I will hand this back over Sarah or Brian.
Yes, thank you, Nancy. So just to summarize the council report that is in front of council today and our presentation, the funding study is recommending that council endorse the transition of stormwater funding from a tax-based to a dedicated rate structure with the preferred alternative as outlined in the report. We're recommending that Council direct staff to initiate an implementation study for the transition to that structure pending approval of the 2022 capital budget. And also that Council endorse the further review of property exemptions and a credit program as part of that implementation study. Next slide, please. And just a quick overview of what the next steps would be. So obviously endorsement of this approach by Council, and assuming that the implementation study is approved through the 2022 capital budget, that study would look to review and finalize all the data and calculations we've looked at to date. It would formalize those rates and exemptions and would look at credits or incentive policies for both residential and non-residential. It would establish the billing system. For example, how do we actually collect the money? And then would develop any required policies and bylaws to initiate all of these changes. And that implementation study will involve regular Council involvement at specific points through the process. So there will still be further opportunities for Council to weigh in and ultimately pass policies or bylaws to implement. And final slide, please. So that's our presentation for today. If you'd like more information on the project and the consultant's final report, they are posted to the city's Engage Cambridge page under the Stormwater Management Funding Study. And if any members of Council have any questions at this time, both Brian, Nancy, and I are available. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Sarah. And I just want to take a moment and thank Brian Bishop, the senior associate with Wood PLC, and Nancy Neal, manager, Watson and Associates Economists Limited, who have provided the presentation for us this morning. Thank you for being with us and providing the details that you have. And I would just ask that you stay with us in case there are any questions that Council have of you following your presentation. And I do see one. And first on the list is Councillor Mehta. Please go ahead, Councillor Mehta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the presentation. I do have a few questions I would like to ask. My first question is, based on my understanding, this is how I'm kind of perceiving this with the information that I've been able to go over. This is kind of shifting the burden from the residential to commercial, institutional, industrial. Is that right? Like it's shifting that stormwater burden to areas that create more of the stormwater. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. Is that true? Would you say?
Through the mayor, yes, absolutely it is. So as Brian had mentioned early on in the presentation, the dedicated rate structure would start recognizing those properties that create a higher runoff because they have larger hard or more hard surfaces. So you have a faster runoff. You don't have, grass areas that it's seeping into. And so those rain runoffs are infiltrating into your storm system. So it shifts the cost to really those that benefit most from the storm system.
Thank you. And follow up, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So for you, my next question is, in terms of exemptions, some of the exemptions we could look at, would they include like community organizations, for example, the women's shelter, or places of worship might be another category, or community centers? Would any of those be exempt, and how would that work?
Through the mayor again, absolutely. As we showed with the two different alternatives, there are a number of different properties that currently under the property tax system are exempt or discounted in some way. And through an implementation study, that is something that we would be looking at, and you would have input on to determine which properties you do want to either fully or partially exempt. There are, like I had mentioned, school boards are mandatorily exempt from stormwater fees, but any other properties that you choose to exempt or discount is entirely a policy decision of councils. However, where someone isn't paying their cost then gets shifted and spread amongst all other users that would be paying.
Thank you. And one other question, if I may, Mr. Chair. And I know other members of council may have questions.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Mehta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, my final question at this time anyways, unless I think of any others later, would be as part of this review, would there be a way to consult the public more, like maybe have a special public meeting at City Hall before it comes back to council, just so there can be dialogue among the different groups in our community? Thank you.
So through the chair, I'll take that one. I would certainly think that public engagement and consultation will continue to be a key piece of this transition. And that's what we've seen other municipalities do, that there continue to be those opportunities for engagement. This obviously will be a change if approved by council to their billings. We want to educate them on what they see, what they're paying for, that type of thing. So I certainly think we can include that as we move forward in those next steps.
Thank you. And just a reminder, if we can hold questions for staff until we get into the Capitol, and we'll just keep on moving forward with questions for our guests this morning. And if legacy hands can be removed, that would help too. And we'll move on to Councillor Wolf. If you have a question, please go ahead, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I was going to ask about the library, which was on the list, and I think you've answered it partially. For instance, the library is one of our properties, the city's properties. So would we be including those in this stormwater tax?
Through the chair, again, that is something that can be decided through the implementation plan. Currently, and Sarah can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe for water wastewater purposes, you charge back your own facilities. So you could do the same for a stormwater dedicated rate as well.
Okay, thank you. And next, another question. When you talk about a credit program or an incentive policy, can you give an example of what that would look like?
If I could, incentive? Yes, through you, Deputy Mayor. An example would be for residential properties, you want to incentivize people managing their stormwater, and it could be something as simple as a rain barrel program where the city offers some credit towards purchase of that. There are also other credit programs that you can structure that are a little more sophisticated in terms of managing water. Sometimes that can be for residential, or it can just be for non-residential. It's one of the things that can be decided upon. And that can look at, for example, a large industrial property that currently does retain some of the stormwater on site. And they would be looking for some formula to calculate a partial credit for the fact that they're managing some of the stormwater and reducing the burden that they would place on the system. So there are a number of examples that could be considered, again, all of which would result in some credit, partial credit, which would reduce the total, and then that would need to be spread out over the rest of the rate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And moving ahead, next is Councillor Liggett. But just before you start, Councillor Liggett, I want to welcome you to the meeting this morning, and just ask if you have any declarations of pecuniary interest, if you could share those with us.
No, I don't. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Liggett. And go ahead with your questions, please. I know your camera will be off, and that's been explained, so please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I noticed when you were speaking about the school boards, you mentioned that private schools are not exempt because they're not under the legislation to be exempt. Could you explain why they aren't exempt, and also the reasoning for the school boards being exempt and how that would affect us in the future should we exempt them as well? Thanks. Oh, sorry. And also, what other communities are exempting them currently?
And I see Nancy, you're prepared to answer that. Please go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair. It's not, it's very clear that any of the school boards under another piece of legislation are exempt right now. Now, what others are doing, it's my understanding that for the most part, municipalities that have a dedicated rate are exempting the school boards. Although I've also heard from a couple that they're being charged and being paid. So it seems to be a bit of a mixed bag in that area. There was representation on the advisory committee from the school boards, and they have definitely voiced their opinion that they are looking for the exemption in Cambridge if you move to a dedicated rate structure. When it comes to post-secondary schools and private schools, we'd have to look into their charters and to determine whether or not they would be exempt. So some may be, some may not be. That would have to be looked at a little more in detail through an implementation process to determine whether or not they were going to be. And then again, council can decide if they do want to exempt, fully or partially those that aren't mandatorily exempt. That's still an option.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then moving ahead, next is Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann. It's for you. And thank you very much for your presentation. I guess I have a couple of questions. The first would have to do with a comparison to other municipalities that have adopted a similar system. I know there's 16 on page 236 that are mentioned, but what are some of the difficulties they've had and how have they overcome them? Just thinking ahead, if Cambridge were to adopt such a system, it's always good to pay attention to what others have done in the past and difficulties they've encountered and how we would overcome those. So what are some of the hurdles that those municipalities have had in adopting this system or a similar system? I know it's not exactly the same.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, some of the hurdles are public education and having a very transparent process, which the city has already started on in this study at this stage, making sure that the public are engaged and informed so that the changes can be communicated properly. And that's the changes to the system from being a tax-based one to a potential rate structure one. So I think that is something that most municipalities are very keen on and take care to include, and leading to the next stage of implementation, as noted in an earlier question, there will be more points of contact with the public in order to discuss the matters of credits, exemptions, and finalizing of the rate. And then I think one of the other hurdles that the municipalities have come up against is once they get to the billing stage, having a system in place that's very efficient and tries to limit the number of questions that come up, and that all plays into how much staff will be required to manage the system. And I think one of the big important things to note is that with the number of municipalities around Cambridge that have already gone through this transition to a dedicated fund and a bill, there is a lot of awareness already. So that will be in the favor of Cambridge. I don't know if Sarah or Nancy wanted to add anything to that.
Just through the chair, the only other on the financial side of things, again, as Brian mentioned, it's not just the billing system, but maintaining the property database going forward as growth takes place, as properties change. Depending on the rate structure that you have, there could be, more or less administration needed on an annual basis to ensure that you're still capturing all of the changes in different properties that take place. obviously with an imperviousness type calculation, when you're measuring each type of property, if someone goes out and, puts an addition on a property, or they pave their backyard around a pool, or add sheds, that would change that imperviousness calculation. So it's very detailed if you get to that, and labor intensive for municipal staff to keep that database up to current with any growth properties that are developing. There's going to be changes throughout the system, but you want to try and minimize the amount of staff time needed to keep that database up to date. So the structure sometimes will change that administrative need on an ongoing basis.
Thank you. And I do have one other quick follow-up question, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. This just had to do with a clarification in terms of how we determine types of residential categories. I know, for example, Kitchener has 10 residential categories and 6 non-residential. Recommended for Cambridge is 3 residential categories and 2 non-residential. So what explains that variation in terms of types of residential categories?
Through the chair, I'll take that. It's really up to the municipality as to how many different groupings you want to vary your rates by. Again, we looked at 3 as an initial analysis because there's typically commonality between certain sizes of properties, especially with residential. With the smaller properties being built today, more even for your low density, you've got, there's more density, right? The properties are smaller, the houses are larger. So there is some commonalities in the small, medium, and large that we chose to look at. There's nothing saying that you can't expand that to more categories if you want to, or there's others that just have a flat rate for all residential properties and really just have one. How you vary those categories is, something that is up to each individual municipality. We looked at what is typical out there in other areas as a starting basis to help determine where we categorize those, and also where we had average runoff coefficients by property sizes available through your official plan. There are some background information that we drew from that to help us categorize those properties.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And we'll move on to Councillor Devine. Please go ahead, Councillor Devine.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, thank you for the report and the information. This is all interesting, good stuff. Now, as I understand it, clearly the stormwater management had been funded through the tax base for many, many years. And we're looking at going to a stormwater management fee. So a couple of concerns that I have as we walk down this road, it clearly needs to be communicated to the residents of the community that yes, there may be or will be a stormwater management fee, but because of this, your taxes are being reduced by whatever. Okay, and I think that's very, very clear. And the other thing I'm very concerned about is within the city of Cambridge, we have a fair bit of farmland, some very productive farms. And I don't think too many of these farms have any stormwater management systems on them or around them. So I'm thinking that operating farms probably should be exempt from this. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Devine, and we can have further discussion on that when we get into the deliberations later on in the Capitol. And just turning to Council, are there any other further questions for our guests before we let them go this morning? And seeing none, I did have some of my own questions, but I think council was very thorough in the comments and the questions that they made, and it's a very interesting topic, and I appreciate the comments and questions that have been asked. Again, I want to thank Brian Bishop and Nancy Neal for being with us, and you're free to go now, and we'll continue to debate this later on, but really appreciate the time that you spent with us and the detail that's been provided in the report, and thank you to Sarah Austin as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And again, we'll save our questions for staff until we move into deliberations on this item later in our agenda. And now we'll move on to the presentation, item number 6.2.2, 21-227 CD. And this is the Riverside Dam update. And with us to provide a short presentation, we have Kevin DeLebeck, our Director of Engineering. Welcome, Kevin. We're just trying to bring him in.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and to members of council. I'd like to take this opportunity to provide a little bit of background of how we reached where we are today. So could we advance to the next slide, please? In 2008, it was observed that the south control structure of the main dam was in very poor condition. In the interest of public safety, the city initiated a process of evaluating the structural condition of the dam. This process triggered the need for an emergency repair where large riprap stone was placed downstream of the dam to the south control structure to support the abutment. As a condition of the emergency repair permit, the Ministry of Natural Resources required the city to complete a municipal class environmental assessment to determine a more permanent long-term solution. Following the repair work, a 2009 structural evaluation of the dam concluded general conformance with the Ontario Dam Safety Guidelines. A structural inspection of the Riverside Dam was completed again in 2018, of which concluded that within the next 2 to 10 years, the risk of concrete pop-out would be high, and that if the extent of that concrete pop-out is significant, it could lead to localized failure, compromising the overall integrity of the dam. A visual inspection of the Riverside Dam was completed in 2020, of which did not identify any material change in the condition of the dam. Next slide, please. A notice of study commencement for the Riverside Dam Municipal Class EA was issued in March of 2012. The EA process consulted with affected parties, considered a range of alternatives, systematically evaluated those alternatives, and ultimately recommended that the Riverside Dam be rebuilt. A notice of study completion was issued in July of 2018 with a 60-day review period that resulted in 5 Part 2 orders being filed with the ministry. In May of 2019, the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks responded with additional conditions above those contemplated in the environmental assessment to be included as part of the dam rebuild design. In March 2020, the Riverside Dam detailed design project was awarded, but subsequently placed on hold due to the global COVID-19 pandemic, resuming once again in September of 2020. The purpose of the report before you today is to provide council with an update on the design, costs, and schedule of the Riverside Dam project. At this time, the project has reached the 60% design milestone, but does require additional funding in the amount of $91,000 to complete design work that was not included as part of the original design scope, as well as additional funding in the amount of $284,000 to advance the archaeological assessment beyond the completed Stage 2 assessment. As summarized in the report, the construction costs to rebuild the dam have grown since the EA was completed in 2018 from $6.2 million to $15.2 million. Due to a combination of the overall initial accuracy of the EA estimate being plus or minus 30%, construction industry inflation over the past 4 years, and the additional minister conditions, including the recent ministry requirement for a separate sediment removal environmental compliance approval. Construction costs associated with the new sediment removal ECA are unknown at this time. However, this requirement has impacted the project timeline, with tendering rescheduled to later next summer. As noted earlier, the municipal class EA process considered a range of alternatives, including the option to naturalize the river. In order to advance this alternative at this time would require the municipal class EA to be reopened and amended, costing approximately $600,000 and an additional 18 to 24 months to complete. A high-level construction cost estimate to remove the dam and naturalize the river is $8.5 million. The municipal class EA also considered a passive management approach that could be initiated at any time during the detailed design or prior to starting construction. Initiating a passive management approach at this time would require additional operating funds in the amount of $30,000 to conduct the annual inspections and monitoring. The optional recommendation provided as part of this report is in consideration that there are a number of important community projects that are limiting the city's financial resources, and by undertaking a passive management approach at this time would provide financial flexibility to other council and community priorities. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann.
Well, thank you, Kevin. And to council, we're going to save any questions that we have for staff in relation to the Riverside Dam until we get into deliberations on this matter when we get into the capital budget. And right now we're going to take a 9-minute break and we're going to come back at 10:30 sharp to continue on, but we'll take that 10-minute break and everybody, if you would just turn off your mics, turn off your cameras, and we'll come back at 10:30. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone, and thanks for being so prompt. Our final presentation this morning is item number 6.2.1, 21-292 CD, the Preston Auditorium Design Program Approval. And with us today to provide the presentation on the site is Shane Taylor, the project lead of Recreation Services. I would also like to note that Leslie Head, our Director of Recreation and Culture, has joined us for this item, and other staff are on standby if required. And I'd like to welcome Shane to the meeting. And please go ahead, Shane, with your presentation.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and Mayor, members of council. Very happy to be here this morning to give this presentation to you. I'm very excited to update you on what's occurred since our meeting back in May. Lots has happened. Next slide, please. So just to start off with some background, on May 11th, 2011, staff brought forward 3 design concepts to council, recommending that council approve concept number 2 at approximately 47,000 square feet. Several of the Preston Auditorium user groups came forward as delegations at that time and offered their feedback and views on the staff recommended design. Council deferred their decision and directed staff to conduct additional consultation with user groups to revisit the design and to report back. Next slide, please. Since the May 11th meeting, staff have completed a number of steps to develop new program options for council to consider. On June 29th, 2021, in response to council direction, staff submitted a report outlining additional design fees and proposed methodology for additional consultation with the user groups and a strategy for coming up with new program options. In July through August, video conference meetings with all the Preston Auditorium user groups took place to discuss space allocation and functionality needs. 14 user groups were invited, 10 attended. Lots of great information was collected. In August through September, staff processed the information collected from the user groups and then circled back with the user groups to vet the information. September to November was spent developing, vetting, cost estimating, and refining 5 new options. Conversations with user groups were ongoing throughout this time. Moving on to next steps, what is being presented here today are building programs only. So just to be clear, there are no drawings to present at this time. When council provides direction to staff on what program to pursue, then schematic design stage will begin. Staff will report back to council at the conclusion of schematic design phase for approval to start detailed design phase. Next slide, please. There were a number of key considerations the project team heard from the user groups in this latest round of consultation. Preston Auditorium has a unique atmosphere, which is an asset. Any improvements should leverage on sense of place and should focus on maintaining and enhancing the uniqueness of the space while bringing the facility forward into modern times. The design should focus on addressing current needs while also anticipating future needs. It should maximize seating and focus on improving the user experience. User experience must also include a well thought through response to accessibility, inclusion, and diversity throughout all aspects of the facility. Spaces should be designed with equality in mind. Storage areas should be maximized for users and also for city staff. Consideration needs to be paid towards one day providing a second NHL-sized ice pad at Preston Aud. And finally, the design should also address existing operational challenges, of which there are several. Next slide, please. So like I said, back at the May 11th meeting, council chose to defer staff recommended design concept number 2. Staff felt that concept number 2 addressed the comments received from user groups up to that point in time, providing a new twin pad arena with NHL-sized ice on one floor only with moderate renovations to the existing building. However, we heard from several user groups that shared some concerns about the design. Staff have worked very hard over the past several months to address those concerns and to address additional needs that have been raised through additional consultation. Next slide, please. 5 new options have been assembled that outline different strategies to address the needs that staff heard from the facility users to date. 4 options involve expanding the facility in different ways now and/or in the future. 1 option would see the project canceled altogether. The options staff came up with are intended to address the needs that we have heard, but they do so in different ways, and so they vary significantly in cost and scope. Managing project cost escalations has been a key focus of staff in the design of the options before you today. Every expand option, I'm calling them the expand options there, the 4 options, employs a long-term vision targeted at providing a community hub and accommodating as many groups as possible. Every one of those options looks to leverage the unique atmosphere that makes Preston such a special place. And every option includes a strategy, either immediately or eventually, to provide 2 NHL-sized ice pads in the building. So each of those 4 options gets us to a similar end result. They just take different paths to get there. Next slide, please. Program option A is very similar as a starting point to concept number 2, the difference being that it's expanded by 12,000 square feet to accommodate more space requests and additional user groups that came forward through this latest round of consultation. Also, option A proposes a future renovation to the existing undersized rink on the existing side to expand it to NHL sized, and therefore provide a modernized arena with lots of seating that can host competitive levels of hockey and that leverages off the unique Preston atmosphere. Option A and all the other options include more dedicated space for the Riverlet's Hockey Club than in proposed design concept number 2, in line with the dedicated space provided to the men's Junior B Cambridge Redhawks Hockey Club at Galt Arena. An additional 3rd referees room is also included in the program to address other concerns over gender equality. This option addresses the majority of what staff have heard from the user groups now, plus it puts a plan in place to address the remaining identified needs in the future. This option is $8.6 million over budget with annual operating impact of about $900,000. More details on all the options are provided, of course, in the staff report and appendix. Next slide, please. Program option B is identical in every way to program option A, except the seating is not proposed to be located starting at ground floor elevation, but rather built up on top of the change rooms and with access to the upper floor concessions area. So this would obviously have a big impact on the spectator experience and atmosphere in option B, and would create additional standing room for spectators. It would provide more natural space to use for things like video equipment, and would provide a better physical connection between the new side of the arena and the existing side of the arena. Likewise with option A, there's also a plan to provide NHL-sized ice on the existing side of the building at a future time. So impacts-wise, we're looking at 6,000 square feet greater space than option A. That's to accommodate that partial second floor, and an additional $2 million in a commitment. Annual operating is a little bit over $1 million operating impact. Next slide, please. Program option number C is identical to option A, except that instead of breaking the work into phases, it proposes expanding and renovating the full arena all at once. So there would be 2 NHL-sized ice pads installed immediately. Essentially, all the needs expressed by all the user groups would be accommodated in this design, within reason, of course. The existing arena would take advantage of higher seating numbers, greater existing sight lines, and great existing atmosphere, which several of our groups highlighted to us as being important to them, and would likely be the home of the Riverlet's Club. While the new side would see more of like a modest seating numbers and would be intended more for community use. One advantage to this approach is that it would be completed at current market pricing, therefore would avoid future industry cost escalations. This option would result in the project budget effectively doubling to about $28 million and would see annual operating impacts in the range of about 1.3 million. We anticipate this option would also require an extended closure of the full facility during construction up to 2 years. During that time, staff would need to make alternate arrangements for existing programming. Next slide, please. Staff recommended program option D takes a very different approach from options A to C, basically approaching the facility expansion in reverse order starting with the existing arena. So option D proposes to extensively renovate the existing single pad Preston Arena, including adding NHL-sized ice and bringing it up to current standards. Atmosphere and sense of place are, of course, maintained and enhanced. Additional community spaces would be added to the building in order to provide an enhanced community hub, accommodate additional users, multifunctional spaces, dryland training area, but the arena would still remain a single pad facility. At the same time, the architects would design the building to allow for a seamless future NHL-sized rink to be added at a future time where the upper parking lot is located right now. That would be added to a future budget forecast. Carl Holmeth Arena would continue to operate, and staff would look to other opportunities to shift programming to other facilities where appropriate. Any future costs to invest in Carl Holmeth would be communicated to council through future budget updates. The biggest advantage, of course, to this option is the cost, which is roughly 2% higher than the approved budget, requiring an additional commitment of about $286,000. Annual operating impact would be about $833,000. Just like in option C, program option D would also require an extended closure during construction activities. The project team would try and limit the closure as much as possible. However, worst case would be 2 full years. Existing programming would need to be accommodated through other means at other facilities. Staff are exploring several ideas at this time to address the scheduling situation, and those will be presented to council in a future update. Next slide, please. Option E is different altogether from the other options and proposes to cancel the project entirely and return unused funding back into the reserves. Ongoing investment into the older Preston Hod and Carl Holmeth arenas would continue. New condition assessments would need to be initiated at both of the arenas to determine condition and future maintenance needs in order to maintain current service levels. Staff would also need to continue to strategize how to proceed with other opportunities for ice pad renovations and expansions in the future, whether on site at Preston Odd or elsewhere in the city, leveraging off existing or possibly new assets. Next page, please. So I've put together this comparison of costs slide for all the options in front of you today. Hopefully this is helpful for you to be able to work through all the nuances of each option. Left column describes the names of each option, followed by the square footage. The middle column identifies the design plus construction subtotal costs of what we're anticipating. Now, these are order of magnitude costs. So again, it's based on essentially Excel charts of overall square footage. We have not jumped into design yet. Design drawings, that is. The next column, of course, indicates the over budget amount of each option. It ranges from $286,000 all the way up to basically $14 million. And the final column indicates the annual operating impacts, which range from $816,000 for the original concept that came in May up to about $1.3 million. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, staff recommended program option D, renovation and expansion of the existing Preston Auditorium Arena for a total construction budget of $13,262,000 with provision for a future second ice pad as part of a future capital forecast. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Shane. Thank you for a very detailed presentation and the information session. And I understand that you will be available later on for questions when council does get into debating this item during the capital budget. And just for council and the public watching today, I would note again that we will not be debating on this item until we do get to the capital budget portion of our deliberations. And we'll just receive the presentation at this time. We do have some delegations in relation to this item, and I want to just remind staff or council as we go into this. As a result of social distancing guidelines being in place, in-person public attendance at special meetings of council is not currently available. However, the procedures for electronic participation during the course of an emergency, allow for the public to provide written submissions to the clerk's office in advance of the meeting for items on the agenda, and to also call in via telephone to our virtual meeting. This morning, we do have delegations who have registered in advance to speak to this budget item. Today is an opportunity for the public to speak to the budget, for council to hear from the public, and ask questions of clarity to the public. Following hearing from the delegations this morning, we will recess and reconvene at 5 p.m. to hear more delegations who have registered to speak at this evening's portion of our meeting. Once we have heard from the delegations, we will begin our budget deliberations and further review the budget related to staff reports. Should more time be needed to get through the budget, we have scheduled further budget special council dates on Thursday, December 7 at 5 p.m. and Tuesday, December 7 at 5 p.m. and Thursday, December 9 at 9:30 and again at 5 p.m. So I remind you today is council's opportunity to hear from the public and then take those questions, comments, and feedback into consideration as part of our deliberations. So we'll get started with our delegations. We will begin the delegations on the Preston Auditorium, and I will remind council again that we will not be debating on the Preston Auditorium until we get into the capital budget portion of our deliberations, and are just hearing from the delegations to this item at this time and asking questions of clarification of them. We have received 2 delegations related to the Preston Auditorium report as part of our capital budget. Our first delegation is John Morton. I'll just wait for staff to bring John into the meeting. Good morning, John. Are you there?
Yes.
Good morning.
Hello?
Good morning, John. It's Deputy Mayor Mike Mann. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, I'm listening to you speak, so let me turn that down, okay?
Yes, please.
There we go.
There is a delay there. Thank you.
Okay.
It's Deputy Mayor Mike Mann, and thank you for joining us to speak to this item this morning. As a reminder, you have 5 minutes to address council, and I would ask that you ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to, and that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking council questions. If your item does not relate directly to the topic before council, we may ask that you end your comments. I will advise when your 5 minutes is up, and you will hear a bell at the 1 minute mark as a warning. So again, thank you for joining us, John, and please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, council. Thank you for giving me this opportunity again to speak about this project. Cambridge Minor Hockey's position on the replacement of old and outdated facilities remains the same as it has since we first spoke of a multiplex out by the college. Cambridge has fallen behind, we believe, most other cities or towns within the region when it comes to replacing its ice facilities, and we believe we cannot afford to delay this any longer. In May of this year, staff put forward 3 proposals with the recommendation of accepting Concept 2. At that time, Cambridge Minor Hockey supported that recommendation. We, however, do not support the staff's current recommendation. We strongly feel that past councils have delayed the replacement of facilities for far too long, and any plan that delays those replacements now has the potential to do permanent damage to many ice user programs within the city. Program option D asks Cambridge ice users to continue to use these age facilities for a number of years, or a number more years, as many as 10 to 15. For possibly 2 seasons it will take to renovate the odd under this plan, it will put even more strain on the other ice surfaces within the city. It is difficult for us to see how the current Preston odd programming can be sustained for up to 2 years, dispersed around the remaining arenas in Cambridge. Cambridge Minor Hockey requests that council rejects the current option D recommendation from staff and returns to the original proposal of Concept 2 from the spring, or option B in this budget package. Thank you for the opportunity to express our concerns, and I will take any questions that staff or the council might have.
Well, thank you, John, and thank you for joining us. And I'll just turn to council and see if there are any questions of you. And seeing none, I do want to thank you for your time with us today. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Our next delegate is Jeff Hadaway of the Cambridge Rivulets. And I'll just wait for Jeff to join. Good morning, Jeff. Are you there?
Good morning. Yes, I am.
Good morning. It's Deputy Mayor Mike Mann. Thanks for joining us this morning to speak to this item, Jeff. And as a reminder, you have 5 minutes to address council. And I would ask that you please ensure that your comments relate directly to the agenda item that you are speaking to, and that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. If your item does not relate directly to the topic before council, we may ask that you end your comments. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up, and you'll hear a bell at the 1 minute mark. I also understand that you have a presentation to share with us, and the clerk is bringing that up for you now. So please just advise when you want your slides to advance, and we'll make sure we do that. So welcome again, Jeff, and please go ahead.
Thanks so much to the entire council for accommodating my presentation today. It's very short. The first slide has our logo on it. You can immediately go to the second slide, which has the chart. And before we start, I think at this time, I do want to acknowledge over the last 6 months that our group, the Rivulets, have had significant conversations with city staff. And while you might not hear this very often, a lot of those discussions were very, very spirited. But I commend city staff. Their professionalism and their level of care has been significant, and I think it should be acknowledged. The chart there is not to take away from what Shane has presented. It's just some highlight, probably speaking points more than anything else. From a Rivulets perspective, option A and option B are basically the same thing. They build a new rink with 450 seats. One has seating starting at ice level, one has elevation and seating. And the main concern with that is that 450 is not a true 450. Both of those options compromise sightlines, ranging from possibly minimally to significantly. And option A and option B also keep the Preston odd ice surface exactly the way it is. And as it is, yes, it is an outdated facility with that ice surface. Option A and option B, the 450, less than 450 capacity, don't work for Rivulet standards today. And that's totally ignoring growth that's happened in female athletics. And unless you've been under a rock here for the last 6 months, we've had significant female athletic accomplishments that in the past have indicated growth. Women's softball winning a medal at the Olympics, women's soccer winning a gold medal, women's hockey winning a gold medal at the World Championship. Growth is happening in female athletics. So for us to say, hey, put the Rivulets in this new rink with either one of option A or option B is basically saying put the Rivulets in a rink that is immediately obsolete, because we'll have crowds that approach that. We had crowds in the 300s a few years ago. So that is something that, we were vehemently against option A or option B for those reasons, and the fact that the Preston odd ice stays exactly the way it is. We are on record for saying that the Preston odd is the best atmosphere in the Provincial Women's Hockey League. It is, and it's not even close. And you don't need to hear that from me. You could ask anybody in our league. When you come to Preston on a Friday night, it's a special event. However, the Rivulets, a premier development team in the premier development league in the world, are being asked to play on a substandard ice surface. It is not what substandard by municipal standards. It's substandard across the province, the nation, the world. And it doesn't allow future growth. The move around the world is to make all rinks NHL size. Even international events are moving more and more to NHL size. And I do want to make sure people understand NHL size doesn't mean bigger. NHL size is really what is called standard. So option C takes the Preston odd and makes it standard. And it automatically builds a new facility that now gives positive impact economically right away to the community. You can host showcase events right away. You know, there's an OHL showcase event happening, and I think in Strathroy, I could be wrong on that right now, where hundreds of people, thousands of people are making an economic impact. And according to my OHL contacts, Cambridge is never even considered for such an event. So we want to address needs now for not just the rivulets, but for the entire community. And the only one that does that is C. I'm not going to talk about, you know, C and D. They do address the equity issue. I don't think anyone should be congratulated for that. I think that should just be the way it is. But C and D do address the equity issues. They make a facility that, you know, historically significant in our community, the Preston Auditorium, and sort of respectful of its past, and accepts that appreciation where we're going here in the future. And I think that shouldn't be overlooked. I will argue that the potential loss of ice at the Preston Auditorium run, but big level thinking, just I don't have specifics, but we're building 2 new rinks at the sports park. And when we build those 2 new rinks, 2 other rinks are going to be decommissioned. I'm assuming that's Mac and McIntosh and Dixon. During renovations, wouldn't it just take the ability to keep one of those rinks open during the Preston Odd renovations? And now we're not sacrificing ice availability at all across the city. We're keeping a limited facility open for a year while we take a good facility and make it modern and world class. So I think there's possibilities of you know, accommodating. Yeah, there's going to be some compromise. Things are going to get shifted around a little bit. I think that's a really, really small price to pay when you 1 to 2 years, when you're looking at a facility that's going to last. It's going to meet today's needs, and it has growth a factor in it that women's hockey can continue to grow for the Rivulets, and we're going to be okay by staying in the best arena, the best atmosphere, the best sightlines that are available. And that's something that's incredibly important to, I think should be important, not just the Rivulets, but everybody. The last page of my slide is, you can go there now. I think I've probably addressed those. There's just sort of notes. If anybody wants, I can answer questions about what I mean about the sightlines being compromised with either one of option A or option B. The concerns we have with A, B, and D is that when you say you're going to make it accessible to build a second standard size ice surface at some point in the future, we don't know what that future is. And so it doesn't meet today's needs. And so if it's 2 years, you know, maybe you could get away with it. But what if it turns into 5? What if it turns into 10? What if it turns into 15? And we're left with a lesser facility like Holmeth or Dixon or McIntosh? That's really limited thinking. And that I don't think the citizens of Cambridge are going to stand for that much longer. The user groups are, they're fatigued here, is that we have a chance to do, of the 5 options, we have a chance to do it right away. And I think that was the biggest message that came out of that May meeting, is that one of the councilors said, let's get this right. We have an option to get it right. And I will argue that people are going to say, well, the cost. Yes, the cost today is the most significant. But I think I'd struggle to understand someone who say to me, it's going to be cheaper to build an additional ice surface in 3, 5, 10 years than it would be to build it right now. So I think it's the best of all the worlds. It allows us to respect our past. It allows us to grow. And I think those are significant events as we sort of move into the future. And I think that pretty much closes everything I do want to say. And I'm obviously open to any questions you might have.
Well, thank you, Jeff. Thank you for your presentation and your comments. And I'm just going to turn to Counsel and see if there are any questions that Counsel has for you. I don't see any, Jeff. So again, thank you for joining us this morning. And if you wish to continue, I do have, before you go, Jeff, I do have a question that's come up. So we'll turn to Councillor Reid, and please, Councillor Reid, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To you, Jeff, you mentioned the sight lines, and I don't really understand what you mean entirely by those sight lines. So I would hope that you would tell us more about that.
Sure. Thanks for the question. If you put the front row of seats right against the glass, and you sit there, and you're sitting, somewhere in one zone between the blue line and the end zone, you can't see down to the far end on the near side of the ice surface. And so by only having seating starting at ice level and going up 3, 4, 5, 6 rows, whatever the 450 would get us up to, you're sort of eliminating the bottom 1, 2, 3 rows. You compromise the seating for those sight lines. Now, sitting at glass level, you see it, in NHL games, you see it in the OHL, you see it everywhere. It does provide a neat experience. I will admit that. It does provide a neat experience. You get to see the play up close. That's right in front of you. But in terms of a whole viewing experience, it's limited. So people say, all right, well, then let's elevate it. Okay, so if you elevate it in terms of space, I would think, and an architect would certainly answer this better, if you want to make efficient use of space, you put the elevation, but you put it as close to the ice surface as possible. And by doing that, the sight lines, the first row is going to have a 3-foot barrier there, first of all. I just watched a video yesterday of a person taping their daughter, and they're at a hockey game, and you just saw the barrier right there. But it'd be like if you, I know this is strange, but if you sat on your roof, would you be able to see what's immediately below you? So you lose those sight lines as you look to the left and to the right and immediately in front of you. So you're constantly sort of, either if you're sitting, you're having to stand up to see that extra 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 feet of space on the near side where you're sitting. So when you have seating on one side, those are the possible constraints by having seating that's elevated 4, 5, 6, 7 rows or whatever it might be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. And to Council, are there any other questions for Jeff? And seeing none, again, I want to thank you for joining us this morning, Jeff. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel.
Thanks so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jeff. And so to Council, those are the delegations that we have this morning for the capital initiatives that we're going to be reviewing later on in the budget deliberations. Now we're going to turn to the delegation requests for operating issues. And the first delegation request for additional funding or rebranding and the relaunches of the Bernice Adams Cultural Awards. So our next delegation is speaking to matters that fall within the operating budget, and any requests for funding raised by delegations will be addressed later in our agenda when Council gets to deliberations on the operating budget. Right now, we are just hearing from delegations and asking questions of clarification relating to their requests. We have received one delegation regarding a request for additional funding for the rebranding and launch of the Bernice Adams Cultural Award. And our delegate is Kaylee Corvo of Cultural Awards Committee, and we'll just wait for Kaylee to get in. Thank you. Good morning, Kelly. Are you there?
I'm here.
Thank you, and I hope I've got your name right, Kelly.
Kelly, that's good.
Yes. It's Deputy Mayor Mann, and thank you for joining us to speak to this item this morning.
Okay, wonderful.
As a reminder, just before you get started, I just have a couple of comments I need to make. Yep. As a reminder, you have 5 minutes to address Council, and I would ask that you ensure that your comments relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to, and that your comments are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions. If your item does not relate directly to the topic before Council, we may ask that you end your comments. And I'll advise when the 5 minutes is up, and you'll hear a bell at the 1 minute mark.
Okay. My quick question is, what happens if I go over? Do you shoot me or gong me, or does the floor open, or what happens?
You'll hear the gong, and if you have if you need a little more time, we're pretty liberal here, so we'll give you that time. So please go ahead, Kelly, and welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Kelly Corbo, and on behalf of the Cultural Awards Committee of the City of Cambridge, I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak. I want to take you back to the 1980s, when Cambridge was freshly amalgamated. We had our own radio station, CFTJ. A small community theater was vibrant and the foundation of live entertainment. We were a population of only 75,000 people, but we had big city dreams. At the start of the 1980s, a newspaper writer, a radio announcer who also sat, just like you all do, as a city councillor, passed on while she was still in office. She was young, only 45, and her death was a shock to the entire community. She touched so many lives with her zest for life and her dedication to our city. and for her love of the arts. Her name is Bernice Adams, and she is my mother. Today is her 87th birthday. In many ways, Bernice Adams was the heart of the arts in Cambridge. She graced the stage at the Galt Little Theatre. She spoke publicly at events across the city, and she even wrote a Harlequin romance. While she was immersed in all things Cambridge, and especially the arts, she also mentored, educated, and encouraged new artists. The city knew back then that her legacy needed to be honored. A hole in the arts community of Cambridge needed to be filled. We needed to inspire others to take up her passion and continue to build the heart of this community. Those with vision on City Council at the time and in the Cambridge community created an award in her name, an award to honor her true legacy, not for the best artists, but rather an award to recognize people who mentor artists, encourage artists, and nurture the arts community. Those awards are the Bernice Adams Memorial Awards. They are approaching their 40th year, 40 years of recognizing 218 people who have won awards over all those years. Despite your success in your art form, you will not receive a Bernice Adams Award unless you are building up the art community, helping others in the art, mentoring and nurturing, just as Bernice Adams did. These awards are rewarded in that way. Cambridge artists who fall under the umbrella of the Bernice Adams Awards have released musical albums, published books, displayed in art galleries, and many are professionals who have recognition beyond our city. The Reclaws received a Country Music Award just this week. Stacey K toured across Canada and the United States with her music, and a young artist in our city, Bernice Adams Award winner Karina Francioso, has her work commissioned everywhere from LA to Dubai. Each one of these artists makes us proud. Others have continued to work hard in our town. The very first winner of the Music Award, Mr. James Krupp, still leads the boys' choir, something he was nominated for over 40 years ago. Others who have made pottery, painted paintings, performed in musicals, taught music lessons, worked behind the scenes, stimulated heritage, and wrote lasting pieces of literature continue to perfect their work. They continue to be artists focusing on making Cambridge more vibrant. Many events have followed in the footsteps of the Bernice Adams Awards, including the Mayor's Celebration of the Arts, but nothing has lasted the way the Bernice Adams Cultural Awards has. What a legacy. So why am I here today? The Cultural Awards Committee of the City of Cambridge is proud to announce our new branding, our new image, and our new goals for the future. From a new dynamic and modern look to new ideas to nurture our artistic part of our economy. The Bernice Adams Legacy. Still recognizing people who support and grow the arts in our economy and our community. The Bernice Adams Legacy Heart of the Arts Award, the Bernice Adams Legacy Performing Arts Award, the Bernice Adams Legacy Communication Award. Well, you get the idea. And with the awards also come bursaries for local artists through the Bernice Adams Legacy Bursary Awards. Critical to get our artists to professional level exhibitions and competitions. Over $30,000 has been given to local artists in these bursaries to date. And the Bernice Adams Legacy Scholarships for students going on to higher education in the arts. This is a hand up that reminds them of their roots, and many return to thank us for this help in launching their careers. $35,000 have been handed out in scholarships to date, and all of these funds support artists to make a difference to the economy of the city of Cambridge. These awards will come with new look, new image, and more cachet. No longer a memorial, but rather a recognition of a great legacy. In 2019, we moved the Arts Awards Night to the Hamilton Family Theatre, the only real venue of the caliber needed to put on an incredible awards night, and we did. With top-notch entertainment, refreshments, and the awards being presented, it was a night to be remembered. But it comes with a price. This is an expensive venue and requires a greater percentage of our budget. Our awards are being recreated and will feature artwork by a local artist. We have increased the prestige of the awards by giving swag bags to all nominated individuals supported by our local community businesses. As the prestige increases, so will our ability to increase our legacy fund, which is used to fund the scholarships and the bursaries. Keep in mind that all of this is done by a dedicated group of volunteers who work tirelessly year-round to make it happen. and this is what makes the community great. We are looking to you, the people who sit at the same table as my mom sat, to help. We need your help. We need some one-time investment of funds to help support this new branding and social media work. We want to make the 40th anniversary spectacular. We also need an increase in our ongoing funding line in the city budget each year. Currently, our line is $7,700, and this yearly amount has not changed for a very long time, over 12 years. Our impact on the economy of the arts is disproportionate to the small investment we require. We have made a huge impact, and we need your help to continue and do more. We respectfully request one-time investment of $15,000 to support the social media work and the new branding work. And we hope to see an increase to our yearly amount of on the line of the budget to $12,000. Robin Williams' character in Dead Poet Society said, "Art is why we live." We know that you are great supporters of the arts, so we trust you to know the value of this investment. We are volunteers stretching this investment into a lifeline for local artists who in time all add to the economy of our great city. And in closing, in 1996, while there to support his daughter Sue, who won the Bernice Adams Award, the great and famous Ben Wicks said, "Community is the backbone of all culture. To be recognized in your own community is the greatest honor of all." Thank you for listening. And if you have any questions, I'm here.
Well, thank you, Kelly, and we appreciate the comments that you have made this morning. I'll just turn to council and see if there are any questions for you. And yes, I do. Councillor Rametta, please go ahead with your questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Kelly, for the great presentation. This is just a question for clarification, just to make sure I jotted my notes down right. So for the one-time investment, are you requesting 15,000? And for the line item, sorry, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And then for the line item, which is currently 7,700, you're requesting an increase to 12,000?
Yeah, we'd like to move up to 12,000 just because of the increased cost to put on the awards night every year.
No, thank you for that information. I just wanted to make sure my notes are correct. Thanks.
And I do have that in a one-page sheet that will be added to your minutes from the meeting.
Thank you, Kelly. Next, we have Councillor Liggett. Please go ahead, Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Kelly, or good morning, whatever. Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. I've attended many of your awards and I've enjoyed all the ceremonies. I've enjoyed all of them.
Thank you.
Just for historical purposes of knowledge, not to affect what you're asking for today, have you come, how many times have you come before us in recent years asking for an increase to the budget, and were you given that increase?
We haven't approached council for an increase in the budget since prior to 2008. We used to receive $10,000. Our line on the budget was $10,000. Prior to 2008, and I don't have the exact year, it was decreased down quite significantly. And I came and spoke at that point. I think it was probably about 2007, and got it back up to the 7,700. And that 7,700 has been in place since 2008, and we have never come asking for any funds. The money that we generate each year goes back into the fundraising legacy fund, and we use the interest to give the money away. So our actual awards night has to be covered by the line on the budget. So we don't have the opportunity to fundraise to increase or any of the, due to the way that the whole fund was set up in the beginning.
Thanks, Kelly. That's I'm glad I asked the question. It gives us better information to make the decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Liggett. And next we have Mayor Mcgarry. Please go ahead, Mayor Mcgarry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann. I wanted to first of all start off with my congratulations and my gratitude, Kelly, for all that you have done to continue these important awards forward. It's certainly one of the very great distinguishing factor of what makes Cambridge unique and really adds to the enjoyment of our residents. So thank you. Just a quick clarification then, are there any other funding sources that help you with these events, or is it just the city?
just the city. And as I said, the funds that we generate through the silent auction or through, sometimes we get donations to support the fund, it goes right back into the fund. And the fund is currently sitting at about $70,000, but we only use the interest each year. And that fund was created when my mom passed away.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I really appreciate the chance to talk about it because it is quite unique and quite valued in this community and pretty incredible that it's been going on for 40 years.
Thank you, Kelly. Yes, it is incredible that it's been going on for 40 years. And we really appreciate your comments this morning, the brief history that you gave us, and identifying your mom as that mentor, educator, encourager, role model, and friend to everybody in our community. So thank you for your time today. And I don't see any other questions, but I want to thank you for joining us. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page.
Great. Have a great rest of your meeting.
Thank you, Kelly.
Bye now.
Bye-bye. Our next topic is the Cambridge Neighborhood Organization Update and Overview. And today we have received one delegation from the Cambridge Neighborhood Organizations related to the update and overview of the 2021 activities and 2022 plans. Again, I remind members of council that any requests for funding raised by the delegations will be addressed when council gets to the deliberations of the operating budget. And right now we are just hearing from delegations and asking questions of them of clarification relating to their requests. So we'll take a moment and just bring in our next delegation. And our next person is Samantha Esmeralda. I'll just wait for staff to bring her, Samantha in. Good morning, Samantha. Are you there?
Good morning. Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. It's Deputy Mayor Mann, and I want to thank you for joining us to speak this morning. Just a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address council, and I'd ask that you ensure your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you are speaking to, and that they are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. If your item does not relate directly to the topic before council, we may ask you to end your comments. So I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up, and you'll hear a bell at the 1 minute mark. And I know you have a presentation, so the clerk has already shared the screen, and you can just ask her to advance to the next slide when you're ready to go. So again, welcome Kelly, and welcome Samantha, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, good morning, Your Worship, Mayor Catherine Mcgarry, City Councilors, and City staff. My name is Samantha Esmeralda, and I am the Executive Director for Allison Neighborhood Community Center, representing the Cambridge Neighborhood Organizations today. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
There is a bit of a delay there, Samantha. The next slide is up.
Okay, I apologize. I am here today to share with you how the CNO continued to connect with Cambridge residents in 2021. The Cambridge Neighborhood Organizations collaborate to benefit our members and our communities through relationships of support, shared information, resources, and a collective voice. Next slide. While adhering to COVID-19 protocols, the CNO safely connected with over 3,000 youth in 2021. Recreation programs were delivered through in-person camps with similar ratios and group sizes, pop-up playgrounds, curbside kits, and virtual camp programming for fun at home. Our ability to adhere and adopt to COVID-19 protocols allowed us to continue to deliver on impact. Next slide, please. Here's what one of our families are saying. Being able to send my child to camp this year and knowing that they are going to be safe was an amazing feeling. The staff went above and beyond, providing great activities and made sure my daughter had the best time possible. Next slide, please. By investing in the development of Cambridge youth, we are investing in the future of Cambridge. We did this by offering a variety of youth programs that prioritize making safe spaces for youth to gather, adapting drop-in and regular programming to the outdoors, and using virtual tools to connect and support youth where they are. Next slide, please. 2021 has also marked a meaningful return to in-person volunteer opportunities for youth in our neighborhoods. 142 youth volunteers engaged in our summer camps, and cohorts of leaders in training supported our summer programs. Following COVID protocols, this year, lead sleepovers camp was able to run again. Next slide. As we continue to adapt and change our programming to keep our community residents safe this year, many of our neighborhoods were able to tailor programs and initiatives to what our community needed. This speaks to the CNO's depth and breadth in community development across Cambridge. Here's what some of our volunteers are saying. It feels great to be a volunteer, knowing that I'm able to help whoever needs to be helped in that situation. It makes me feel better about myself, knowing that I can help others around me. By engaging with community through food truck nights and partnering with the Cambridge Food Bank to coordinate mobile food markets, we were able to see community impact firsthand. Next slide, please. But you're probably wondering, how do we do it? With CNO Community Development is the how to our work. The CNO, we often revisit our big why, which is to see thriving, connected neighborhoods across Cambridge. We measure success by tracking data to measure 3 key outcomes. We achieve this by doing the following: engaging and convening residents, broadly asking and assessing resident perspectives, and facilitating residents in addressing issues and goals. Next slide, please. As we look to 2022, we have our work cut out for us. We are hoping to see an increase in in-person recreation programming, surveys to assess new community needs, new and returning volunteer opportunities, and community events to increase connections across Cambridge. Next slide, please. The Cambridge Neighborhood Organization would like to take this time to thank Her Worship Catherine Mcgarry, City Council, and City staff for your continued support and communication year after year. We look forward to providing even more opportunities for our neighbors in the new year. Our collaboration ensures we are fostering strong connections with Cambridge residents. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Samantha. Thank you for your presentation. And I'm just going to look to Council to see if there are any questions of you. And yes, I do. First off, we have Councillor Liggett. Please go ahead, Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Samantha, when you have your summer camp programs, are they all on site at the neighborhood locations, or is there the ability for some of the children to go to some of the other summer camp programs that could be beneficial to them? For instance, Rare runs an excellent summer camp program. So do you have that ability for any other summer camps other than your own?
At this time, we are responding to at a grassroots community level. So we are fielding those within our immediate catchment areas. So this year we did serve primarily children and youth within our immediate catchment areas or respective neighborhoods. And we offered camp in a variety of forms, whether it be in person and on site, or virtual, or through curbside kits and a hybrid model of virtual and delivery.
Follow up, please, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please go ahead, Councillor Liggett.
Well, I think my question was more along the line. I obviously wasn't clear enough there. So I know that there are some situations where kids are given the benefit of going to something that is not part of their own neighborhood group. And so they're able to attend something they would not normally be able to afford. Do you have such programs? Like, are there other camp programs that offer to take some of the children, maybe one each week, to provide for something like that?
Again, assessing the needs of our immediate neighborhoods, we would then look at partnering or working alongside with the family to see which camp would best fit their needs. And of course, we would assist them with referring to other camps that might develop specific skills. And so that's our approach to that scenario.
So do you operate on a donations basis for that?
That's correct. So we have our core city funding that allows us to facilitate summer playground yearly, and then we also seek external donations as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll move on to Councillor Reid. Go ahead, please, Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much for your presentation today. One of the things that I'm really interested in with our neighborhood associations is that I know that you do assess the needs across Cambridge through the various associations, and I know that we really need to have those assessed needs at the council table, because we no longer have the social planning council who used to bring them forward to us. And I'm wondering, is there a way in which you can come forward to council with those assessed needs for the community, and would those needs go beyond youth to other needs as well?
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Through you, Deputy Mayor. This is an area in which the Cambridge Neighborhood Organizations is thinking very strategically, and so we are actively trying to gather the data that to put forth a needs assessment. And so gladly, I will take this back to the network for collaboration and be happily to present again.
Thank you. So we can look forward to you coming to future council and bringing what you see as the needs that people in the city of Cambridge require.
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. And next we have Mayor Mcgarry. Please go ahead, Mayor Mcgarry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and through you to the delegation. Samantha, I also wanted to offer my very great thanks to yourself and all neighborhood associations across our city, and really just want to communicate to you how valuable the services and the programs you offer to our children and our families. And ultimately, we all benefit from that immensely. And I note that there's a number of different components to the benefits of your programming, including volunteering for students, helping them to develop their leadership skills as well. And that's just one of the many components of what you offer. And again, thank you for that. My question really is around funding, and I've always been impressed with the amount of leveraging that you're able to do in order to make every dollar work very hard. Are you able to speak to maybe some of the different partnerships that you've been able to develop in order to continue your very robust programming?
Yes, so in the 2021 year, our partnership with the Lala's Holman Foundation continued to strengthen. They've been a huge champion for community development and neighborhood work, especially as it pertains to children and youth. We've continued to be supported by United Way and the region of Waterloo. And so we continue to be supported by other local community foundations, as well as Cambridge North Dumfries Community Foundation and Kitchener-Waterloo Community Foundation. And we are very thankful for their continued support and advocacy for recreation programming and youth development within the city of Cambridge.
Thank you. And follow up, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I think we here at Council certainly understand that the work that we do to support children and families right from, pretty well from birth and up, also helps to prevent upstream issues with potential social harms. We know that children that are well supported and involved in many different activities that are supported very well through the supervision that they receive at camps and through these programs really assists in creating a very healthy set of relationships for all of the children and families that you serve. And in that manner, I know that equity, diversity, and inclusive programming and awareness right now is really on the top of all of our minds. So I'm just wondering if you could just sort of indicate in the equity, diversity, and inclusivity space what your organization is doing to address this?
Yes, So thank you for that question, and it comes at a very poignant time. The CNO has been collaborating in the last year, actually, and has spending a lot of our time in training and development of not only the executive directors, but our senior staff across our sites to better understand the equity issues that face Cambridge residents and those across the region of Waterloo. And so through learning and adaptation, we are hoping to implement policies that are embedded in our programming and to then further look at the idea of not only diversity, equity, and inclusion, but also access, and how are we reducing barriers for families and children and youth to access our programs. And so through that lens, we are hoping to develop a more robust city overall.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just one question that I had, Samantha, and I may have missed it in your presentation. What is your ask for today?
Our ask is just for continued support and continued collaboration to ensure that we are, aligned with the strategic plan of City of Cambridge to foster strong connections of Cambridge residents. And that is the ask for today.
Well, thank you for that. And again, as others have said, thank you for the work that you do for our families and for our children, and for other neighbors in the neighborhoods in our community. You do phenomenal work, and we appreciate all that you and your volunteers do. So thanks again.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
I don't see any more questions for you today, but you can continue to watch along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page if you so desire.
Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. The next delegation topic that we have is free menstrual products in the city's facilities. And we've received 7 delegations wishing to speak to the topic of free menstrual products in city facilities this morning. I understand that there are more delegations to come on this topic this evening as well. This pertains to a budget amendment that Councillor Reid will be bringing forward as part of the operating budget deliberations. Again, I just want to remind councillors that we are not debating this request right now, and we are just hearing from the delegations and asking questions of them for clarification. So our first delegation is Vanessa Tonsik, and I'll ask staff to bring Vanessa in. Good morning, Vanessa. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. It's Deputy Mayor Mann, and I want to thank you for joining us to speak to this item this morning. And just a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes to address council, and please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to, and that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up, and you'll probably hear a bell at the 1 minute mark. So again, welcome, Vanessa, and please go ahead.
Thank you so much for having me today. Hello, my name is Vanessa Tonchik, and I am the Youth Activator or the Youth Action Coordinator at the Cambridge Food Bank. I am privileged to work with many young people who are living in households who live well below the poverty line. The families who visit the food bank struggle to meet their most basic needs: food, shelter, utilities, etc. Purchasing menstrual products stretches the already very tight budget in thousands of households in our community. When families are shopping on a tight budget, most of the time it comes down to food and feeding a family or menstrual products. Spend $12 on a whole cooked roasted chicken, which will most likely make 2 to 3 meals depending on the family size, or $12.99 for a box of tampons that may last the entire cycle. So menstrual products end up staying on the shelf. At this time, and only thanks to donations, the food bank has limited supply of free menstrual products, pads, tampons, and sometimes even period cups for our participants to access when needed. These products are not abused, no one takes more than they need, and the majority often express how thankful they are to have access to these necessary products. This way, they can fully participate in school, work, and leisure activities. Being donation-driven, only participants who come into the food bank during and or around their cycle learn about the free and limited availability we offer. If a middle school student is on their period, do their parents or guardians know? Is there a positive relationship to show or express that they need these items? Potentially, are they couch hopping and don't have the support or resources available? Single parents may not know their child or children have even started their period. And all of these barriers and situations continue to happen and occur with our young participants. The reality is that people who menstruate often are caught unaware when their period arrives, and not everyone has the financial means to have spare menstrual products on hand at all times. This has happened to me when I was working at the City of Cambridge as a recreational dance teacher. I had to run to the bathroom, didn't have change on me. I was left to make my own and really hoped that I didn't leak through as I had to continue teaching through the rest of the night. I have heard of situations where reusing pads from the disposal was necessary. Not only is it embarrassing, demeaning, and humiliating, it's unhygienic for those who have and need to take those measures. These products are a necessity, not a luxury. We wouldn't dream of expecting visitors to come to city facilities to provide their own toilet paper, soap, or paper towels when visiting a restroom. Surely, menstrual products deserve the same consideration. The City of Cambridge website states that the city is committed to delivering accessible, inclusive, and age-friendly programs, services, and facilities. Please join Ontario Schools, the Kitchener Public Library, the City of Kitchener, and others who are leading the way on menstrual equality and offer these products in all restrooms and city facilities. Please help be the change for everyone who menstruates feel comfortable, confident, and most importantly, at ease when their period arrives. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. And I'm just going to turn to Council to see if there are any questions that they have of you. And
Absolutely.
Thanks. Are there any questions of Vanessa? And seeing none, Vanessa, I do want to thank you for your time with us today. You're more than welcome to continue watching on the City of Cambridge YouTube page if you like. And again, we appreciate your comments in relation to this product, this item.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate being here.
Thank you. Our next delegate is Cheryl McGinnis. Good morning, Cheryl. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good morning. It's Deputy Mayor Mike Mann, and I want to thank you for joining us to speak to this item this morning. Just a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address Council, and I'd ask that you please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to, and that your comments are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of Council. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up and you'll hear a bell at the 1 minute mark. So again, welcome, Cheryl, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann. Good morning, Mayor Catherine Mcgarry and members of Council. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Cheryl McInnes. I'm a lifelong resident of the City of Cambridge, and I worked at Cambridge Memorial Hospital for 40 years prior to my retirement. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the 27 members of the Cambridge chapter of the Canadian Federation of University Women. This is a nonpartisan, voluntary, self-funded organization that has been working to improve the status of women and to promote human rights, public education, social justice, and peace. Our members have extensive professional experience and are taxpayers themselves. We understand the need to evaluate each request for spending carefully, as each tax increase affects us as well as other community members. We would like to support a motion by Councillor Reid to provide free menstrual products in all city female and universal washrooms. Our research has identified that Canadians have issues with menstruation, poverty, and stigma. 1 in 3 Canadians who needs pads, tampons, or other menstrual products struggle to afford them. Menstrual products are a basic need essential to sexual and reproductive health and help to ensure women's participation in school, work, and society. The City of London, Ontario, reported that it costs approximately $300 to set up one washroom with a dispenser and menstrual products. Their annual operating cost of $8,500 provides free menstrual products in all of their city-run facilities. The City of Cambridge estimates the one-time dispenser installation cost of $18,400 and an annual operating cost of $4,000. This means only 27 cents per average household and 0.02% increase to the next annual budget year. The City of Cambridge Goal People says to foster a community with heart where everyone belongs and is cared for. Menstruation is a biological process experienced by most women and is not a choice. Studies have found that women feel that their period prevents them from fully participating in social activities, and up to 79% say they have missed school or work because of their period. More than 1/3 of all women and girls in Canada have had to sacrifice something within their budget to afford menstrual products like pads and tampons. There can be detrimental health implications for unsanitary measures taken during menstruation. Women who use the same tampon for prolonged duration of time can develop infections that lead to toxic shock syndrome, a potentially fatal condition. Hormonal variations can result in menstruation emergency for women at work or school and result in them searching for a product or going home sick. This can be avoided by product being readily available for such situations. Most women have preferred products that they purchase and have available in their purse, desk drawer, or gym bag. These women will use the emergency supply very rarely. Low-income women may benefit from the availability of these hygiene products in public washrooms, and this will contribute to better health outcomes and dignity. We believe as taxpayers the additional cost of 27 cents per household per year to provide free menstrual products in all city female and universal washrooms is money well spent. This will also contribute to the city achieving its goals and values of integrity, respect, inclusiveness, and service. I would like to end with a quote by Margaret Mead. Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed individuals can change the world. In fact, it's the only thing that ever has. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak on this issue today.
Thank you, Cheryl. We appreciate your comments in relation to this topic. Does council have any questions for Cheryl? And seeing none, again, we want to thank you for your time with us today. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next delegate is Kathleen Trump. Good morning, Kathleen. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hi, it's Deputy Mayor Mike Mann, and I want to thank you for joining to speak with us this morning on this item. I just want to let you know that you'll have 5 minutes to address council. And please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to, and that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise when your 5 minutes is up, and you will hear a bell at the 1 minute mark in the process. So again, welcome to the meeting this morning, Kathleen. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And good morning, Deputy Mayor Mann, councillors and staff. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I am speaking to the motion coming to council for the second time to provide free menstrual products in all city female and universal washrooms. As a taxpayer, I fully support this motion as presented by Councillor Reid. My mother would have said this is not a topic to discuss in polite company. But times have changed, and so must we. Menstruation is a normal event. Menstrual products are a multi-billion dollar industry, as we've seen from ads in all media, social, print, TV, to name a few. In recent years, period activism has hit the global headlines, bursting taboos, driving public policy. Young people have no problem talking about their period needs. They don't think it is yucky, just a fact of life. I believe that Councillor Reid's motion promotes and supports the well-being, health, and safety for females at city-owned facilities. It will increase participation in recreation, sport, leisure, and leadership programs and activities by removing a barrier for women. I would suggest that you ask any female close to you if they have ever been caught unprepared, and I would offer that you would hear a resounding yes. As prepared as a woman is, unexpected things do happen. Think about what you would do. Embarrassing as it can be, these situations are often unavoidable due to hormone imbalance. Many girls and women miss work and school for a week, a month, on a regular basis due to menstruation issues or period poverty. By providing a period products for women when they are caught unprepared is a simple example of respect for women. As a retired educator, I was often asked by my students for help when this happened to them. Now that the provincial government and WRDSB have worked together to provide free products in schools, young women may be saved from the embarrassment of having to ask for help when this occurs to them. Bravo for them. Sarnia and London City Councils are among the forward thinkers who have already passed a similar motion. I reached out to some London councillors for their help with this presentation. This was a response from one council member. It's disheartening to me to hear that this was turned away once already by Cambridge City Council. They also provided the following details. The experience was that the actual expenses were significantly less than the original estimate. There were few issues identified throughout the pilot. Use and loss was significantly less than anticipated, and there was minimal waste or vandalism. Product loss was mainly due to vandalism, product thrown out or flushed down toilets, and loss due to product being dispensed and not used. Former mayor once told me council can always find the money if the desire is there. I hope that you will have the desire to support the women's and girls of Cambridge by supporting Councillor Reid's motion. Many private sector businesses, restaurants, car dealerships, and retail outlets already have baskets of period products available for their customers. Couldn't the City of Cambridge do the same? I am proud to be a member of the Cambridge community that supports the Cambridge Poppy Project, International Women's Day, International Day of the Girl, and the Cambridge Celebration of Women, to name a few. I'm also a member of several volunteer groups who make reusable period products to send to women around the world so that they are able to fully participate in social, recreation, education, and work experiences. If budget constraints are the issue, consider phasing in the dispensers. First in the universal washrooms, then female, followed by staff washrooms. In my humble opinion, dispensers encourage vandalism as they are a novelty that some people just have to see how they work and what's in them. Trays or baskets easily show what is available, no novelty here. Women will only take what they need, not handfuls. Soon, I hope to say that the Cambridge City Councillors fully supported this initiative, adding Cambridge to the list of forward-thinking communities, setting an example for other communities as a matter of respect and dignity for all women. Is 27 cents per household too much to spend to promote the well-being, health, and respect for the women and girls of Cambridge? I don't think so. Thank you, and good luck with your budget deliberations.
Thank you, Kathleen. And I'll just turn to Council to see if there are any questions. I do see one from Mayor Mcgarry. Please go ahead, Mayor Mcgarry.
Thank you, Kathleen. Through you, Deputy Mayor Mann, to the delegation. Thank you very much for your presentation today. And I know that you've spoken to other municipalities. I would say for the few months before the city shut down because of COVID, the products that were being provided here at City Hall through an anonymous donor sort of had the same experience that the baskets were just used. It seemed to be just as needed rather than handfuls being emptied at a time. When you were speaking to London and to other jurisdictions, did they have dispensers or did they have baskets? And if so, what was their experience?
They had both dispensers and trays, they called them. And it was similar with both. I didn't find out any information that one was any better than the other. I would say that the cost of the trays is a lot less than cost of dispensers. And again, in my humble opinion, we're closing schools, and they all had baskets in them to put our clothes in them. And I'm thinking, well, let's reuse what the city has and put baskets in washrooms. I can get you their budget information from London if you would like. I can send that to council.
Thank you, Kathleen. If I may, Deputy Mayor Mann, as a follow-up, just thank you. And I also just wanted to ask if if there had been any issues with vandalism in the jurisdictions that you were checking into with the dispensers.
Only that the products were dispensed and not used. That was the extent of the vandalism.
Okay.
It wasn't to the dispensers, just to the product.
Yeah, thank you very much. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And Kathleen, thank you for your presentation. I don't see any further questions for you, but I want to thank you for your time that you took to join with us this morning. And if you like, you can continue to watch along and follow on the City of Cambridge YouTube page.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Sharika Shenoy, and I'll just wait for staff to bring Sharika in. Good morning, Sharika. Can you hear me?
I can.
Good morning. It's Deputy Mayor Mike Mann, and I want to thank you for joining us to speak to this item this morning. Just as a reminder, you'll have 5 minutes to address council, and I would ask that your comments relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to, and that your comments are respectful and that they refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up, and you'll hear a bell at the 1 minute mark. So again, welcome, Sharika. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I've timed myself and I might go a few seconds over if I speak a little slower. Thank you, Your Worship, for providing this opportunity. My name is Sharika Shenoy, and I'm here on behalf of the Waterloo Region Women's Provincial Liberal Association of over 100 plus members. I'm part of the executive committee and was the past president of this organization. One of the main reasons our association was formed was to advance issues important to women. I understand budget discussions are ongoing, and a budget of over $132 million is a significant responsibility. On behalf of our community, I thank Your Worship and all the councillors for your due diligence to decide on each budget item. I'm here today to support a motion by Councillor Reid to provide free menstrual products in all city female and universal washrooms. The stigma associated with menstruation and menstruation poverty is well documented across the globe, including Canada. Why does menstrual stigma exist? History has viewed menstruation as a women's issue, and it is associated with humiliation and shame. As a woman growing up in India, I can definitely relate to the humiliation associated with menstruation. Even today, there is discomfort amongst us to discuss menstruation. It is a natural physiological change women experience each month, anywhere from as young as 10 years old to our 50s. This is not a fun experience. It is painful, filled with cramps, bloating, nausea, weakness due to the loss of blood, mood swings, and so much more. Each body experiences it differently, and there is no set time in a month or a day when a woman can get her periods. If there was a survey done of menstruating women, all would say they carry a sanitary pad or a tampon with them at all times. As women, we are always prepared for this emergency, as the experience of not being prepared is humiliating in public. I come from an older generation where it was a taboo topic, and it has taken movements such as Free Periods Canada and young activists of the likes of Amika George in the UK of #Free Periods and period poverty to make it easier for us to have this discussion today on periods. 1 in 3 Canadian women struggle to afford menstruation products and put themselves at risk by using unsafe products. Thanks to the activism of young women and teenagers, Canada implemented the tampon tax by making menstruation products an essential item and not taxing them anymore. I also applaud our Waterloo Region District School Board. In 2019, it became the first school board in Ontario to address period poverty and provide for free menstrual products to students who need them. I now ask your worship and all our councillors to take the lead and provide for easy access to menstruation products in all our universal and female public washrooms. The annual cost associated per household to make this available is only 27 cents after an initial setup of $16,000 as per the City of Cambridge analysis. Even the initial setup would cost each household $1.08, which I'm sure all our residents would support. I also researched the reason why the motion was defeated the last time this was introduced. I understand the principle that this is a regional budget expense item. However, there are also other regional expense items the City of Cambridge has gladly taken on to provide for toilet paper, soap, etc. in public washrooms. Again, I applaud the city for taking this responsibility on. I urge the councillors to take a similar lead to make menstruation products easily available in the universal and female public washrooms. An annual increase of 27 cents per household, or that it is a regional budget item, should not be the reason this council votes down this motion. Neither should the motion be voted down because it's a women's issue, or because there will be misuse of the menstruation products by some. None of these should be matters of concern. I'm happy to meet with each of you personally to bring awareness to period poverty if you would like. I have absolute faith in our councillors and your worship that you will take into consideration our sincere plea and support the motion put forward by Councillor Reid to provide free menstrual products in all city female and universal washrooms. Thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you, Sharika. And I'll just turn to Council to see if there are any questions for you. I don't see any, but I want to thank you for your time with us this morning. And if you wish to continue, you may watch the rest of the presentation by following along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page. Thank you, Sharika.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Kim Decker from the Cambridge YWCA. And I'll just wait for staff to bring Kim on. Good morning, Kim. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Good morning. It's Deputy Mayor Mike Mann, and I want to thank you for joining us to speak to this item this morning. As a reminder, you'll have 5 minutes to address Council, and I would ask that you ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to, and that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of Council. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up, but you'll probably hear a bell at the 1 minute mark. So again, welcome, Kim, and please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and welcome or hello to Mayor Mcgarry and City Councillors as well. My name is Kim Decker, and I'm the CEO of YWCA Cambridge, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue today. I know that at this point you're all well versed in what period poverty is, how expensive it is to be a menstruator, and how difficult, humiliating, and prohibitive it can be to get a period and be without menstrual products. I'm not going to dwell on those pieces, as critical as they are to making a decision on providing free menstrual products in public washrooms in Cambridge. We're looking at another city blaze this trail ahead of us, and we can take some key learnings from their experience. As you know, London, Ontario rolled out its own program beginning in 2019, providing free menstrual products in 40 public washrooms. They estimated the cost of this program would be $25,000, the bulk of which would be a one-time cost of installing dispensers. However, a staff report to the Community and Protective Services Committee found that the cost came in well below, indeed just over half of the $25,000 estimate at $13,600, and $9,600 of which made up the one-time cost of dispensers and the remaining $4,000 in menstrual products. The pilot project was such a success that London City Council voted to extend the program to all remaining city facilities starting January 2021, which they expected to cost about $23,000. The report projected the program would cost approximately $8,500 annually to sustain. London's population is almost 4 times that of Cambridge's, and that would suggest that the cost of rolling out a similar program here in Cambridge would be less than it has been for London. So it's frankly not very expensive to provide dignity to menstruators in our community. It is not a significant investment, but the social dividends will be huge. Cambridge will be signaling that it recognizes the undue hardship placed on all menstruators, and particularly those who are low income, for whom purchasing menstrual products could literally come at the cost of skipping a meal. Cambridge has made incredible strides in diversity and inclusion, and I'm proud of all of the great work this council and city staff have done. But part of diversity and inclusion work is also recognizing socioeconomic barriers and creating policy to help mitigate them. The question at hand right now is, will Cambridge City Council vote in favor of a comparatively small budget item that is proven in another jurisdiction to be a great success in that it reduces period poverty, works to destigmatize menstruation, and again, doesn't cost a whole lot? I hope Council votes yes and becomes one of the first jurisdictions in Canada to do so. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Kim, and I appreciate your comments and your being with us this morning. I'm just going to turn to Council and see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, again, we want to thank you for your time with us today. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page. Thanks, Kim.
Thank you.
Our next delegate is Kevin Hebert. Good morning or good afternoon, Kevin. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you for joining us, Kevin. And it's Deputy Mayor Mann, and I want to just thank you for being here today. As a reminder, you have 5 minutes to address Council, and I'd ask that you ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to, and that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of Council. I will advise when your 5 minutes is up, and you may hear a bell at the 1 minute mark advising you of that time left. So again, welcome, Kevin, and please go ahead.
Very much, Deputy Mayor, and to the rest of City Council, I appreciate this opportunity. Delegating before the Budget Committee of the City of Cambridge to request that you include menstrual products in the city's budget in a manner similar to the way toilet paper and soap were provided and funded as part of basic requirements of maintaining washrooms in city-owned buildings. Research reports from our region and across the country consistently show 2 findings that I'd like to highlight very briefly. The first one is that almost everyone who menstruates has gotten their period in public when they were not prepared. If that's not something you can relate to, I ask that you imagine being in public and needing to go to the washroom and not finding any toilet paper or soap to wash your hands. This would be considered simply unacceptable. And the solution to that would not be that we would tell you to be prepared in the future and to carry toilet paper and soap with you at all times, just in case it happened. The solution, as we all know and we all do, is for the building operator to provide toilet paper and soap. I hope you all agree, and I know you do, that toilet paper and soap should not even be budget items up for discussion, and they are not, and they should not be. And I would respectfully, very respectfully submit that if menstrual products are to be excluded from washroom facilities, that the same reasoning would be applied to toilet paper and soap. The second point, the second finding from the research reports is that the majority of people think that public spaces should provide period products in their washrooms. People who menstruate, which includes women, girls, trans, non-binary, and gender non-conforming members of our community, should be able to fully participate in the public space without being penalized for living in a menstruating body. Though I do not menstruate, I fully support the city in funding and providing period products in city washrooms, just like toilet paper. I'm deeply humbled to share space with the other delegates today that were supporting free menstrual products, many of whom spoke from deeply vulnerable and personal places. I thank them, I thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Well, thank you, Kevin, and I'll just turn to Council to see if there are any questions for you. And seeing none, we do want to thank you for your time with us this morning. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube channel. So thank you again, Kevin. And next up, we have Lynn Buxton and Amanda Robinson, the Business and Professional Women of Cambridge.
Thank you, Kevin, and I'll just check council to see if there are any questions.
So Lynn and Amanda, if you can hear me, can you turn your devices off in the background, please?
Yes.
Great,
Hi there.
thanks.
Yeah.
Hi. Thank you for joining us. It's Deputy Mayor Mike Mann, and I want to just give you a couple of reminders before we begin this afternoon. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, and I'd ask that you ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to, and that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up, and you may hear a bell in the background at the 1 minute mark. So again, welcome Amanda and Lynn, and please go ahead.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor Mann, Mayor Mcgarry, and Council. I'm happy to say that I've been a resident of Cambridge for 30 years. I'm a member of the Business and Professional Women of Cambridge, an equality-seeking group working toward the improvement of economic, political, employment, and social conditions for women. BPW has been empowering women in Cambridge since 1945. Our members are in favor of free feminine hygiene products being available in all City of Cambridge, universal, and women's washrooms. Council, this is about compassion, dignity, respect, and gender equity. We support Councillor Donna Reid's motion to include this program in the 2022 budget. Thank you. Amanda?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Amanda Robinson, and I too am a member of Business and Professional Women of Cambridge. I've also been a resident of Cambridge for over 10 years now, along with my husband and my 6-year-old daughter. I became a member of Business and Professional Women of Cambridge 3 years ago because I wanted to belong to a group that supports women and brings issues affecting women and children forward with the hope of making positive change. Recently, I became the chair for Young BPW, which is made up of BPW members up to the age of 35. Menstrual hygiene products are not a luxury. Like toilet paper, soap, and water, hygiene products are not optional. They are necessary and essential to women's, girls, and transgender men's health and participating in work, school, and society. On behalf of Young BPW, we are asking that you consider providing free feminine hygiene products in all City of Cambridge public, female, and universal washrooms. Thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you both, Lynn and Amanda, for your comments this morning. I'm just going to ask if council has any questions of you. And seeing none, I do again want to thank you on council's behalf for joining us this morning. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
And just to give council and the public an update where we are, we do have one more delegation from this morning's delegate list, and I think we're going to continue with that, and then we will take a break and we'll come back and do a little bit more of the budget. But so I'm going to ask that the next delegate topic, the Cambridge Memorial Hospital Fund, we're going to ask to bring the delegate in relation to that topic, and that will be the last delegate before a break. So we also have the Cambridge Memorial Hospital related to the Cambridge Memorial Hospital Fund who wish to delegate. And again, I just want to remind members of council that any request for funding raised by the delegates will be addressed when council gets to its deliberations on the operating budget later in the process. Right now, we are just hearing from the delegations and asking questions for clarification relating to their requests. And so we'll just take a moment to bring our next delegation in. And this is Lisa Short from the Cambridge Memorial Hospital. Good afternoon, Lisa. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hi, it's Deputy Mayor Mike Mann, and I want to thank you for joining us to speak to this item. As a reminder, you have 5 minutes to address council, and I'd ask that you ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to, and that they are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up, and you'll hear a bell at the 1 minute mark. And I know you have a presentation and it's already up on the screen, and just ask the clerk to advance the screen when you need the next slide. So welcome again, Lisa, and please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Deputy Mayor Mann, Mayor Mcgarry, councillors and staff. I'm appreciative of the openness of council and the mayor as we explore ways to ensure our community has the very best in healthcare now and into the future. Thank you for the opportunity to present. In June 2019 and again in January 2020, I had the pleasure of reporting back to council on your 2019 investment in our hospital. Today, we hope to inspire you to make your next commitment to local healthcare. On this slide is a photo of Christy, a CMH charge nurse, as she starts her typical day in our medical daycare clinic, preparing for outpatients needing chemotherapy and other treatments. We just took this photo the other day. Next slide. On behalf of the Board of Directors of both the hospital and the foundation, I want to express our appreciation for the $400,000 investment in CMH in 2019. It allowed us to fund equipment in 5 areas of the hospital, providing enhancement in women's health, efficiencies in surgical daycare, expansion of our endoscopy program, updates to our labor and delivery equipment, as well as improvements to our regional anesthesia program. It also helped us complete our capital campaign to equip our new wing and our grand opening in January of 2020. Just in time for a global pandemic. Our new facilities helped us see us through, with amenities like individual negative pressure rooms, single occupancy rooms in emergency, and expanded space. The timing is not lost on any of us at the hospital. Having the best equipment available for our staff means good things for our community, for all of us when we need it most. Next slide. I invite you to consider your own loved one or our aging seniors populations when I speak to the benefits of investing in our hospital. The very best physicians are attracted and retained. We don't need to arrange for travel outside the community to access care. And the care that our loved ones receive, it is enhanced and improved. Or consider someone like Melanie. Melanie is a busy executive and mom who had just celebrated her 50th birthday when she was told she had breast cancer. Melanie had a mastectomy and breast reconstruction done at CMH by Dr. Heather McLeod and Dr. Catherine Sawa, followed by months of chemotherapy in our medical daycare program and our regular blood work and follow-up imaging. CMH had the equipment and the talented doctors needed to care for her close to home. Today, I'm happy to report Melanie is cancer-free. Next slide. The vast majority of people we speak with express surprise that community must provide 100% of the funding for all of the hospital's equipment. Prior to her diagnosis, Melanie too was not aware of this. Program growth and equipment renewal is necessary to plan for the future. New investments allow CMH to keep pace with our growing community. The hospital has asked the foundation for an investment of $5 million annually towards new and replacement equipment. Larger patient volumes means more equipment has to be purchased, replaced, and refurbished. Your investment in healthcare speaks to providing care close to home, new standards in care, new techniques, new talent. Next slide. Shown here is the cost of 3 common tools used to diagnose and monitor patients: MRI, mammography, and ultrasound. These are all replacement units on our capital list, nearing the end of their lifespan after 10 years of use. For example, the current MRI at CMH was installed 9 years ago and has delivered over 70,000 patient scans. Mammography equipment is necessary to maintain our status as an Ontario breast screening program site, the program that diagnosed Melanie. CMH has 6 ultrasound machines, together performing scans for 50 to 70 patients each day. An additional unit is needed and 1 replacement to keep pace with demand. Today, we are asking for continued support, pardon me, next slide. Today, we are asking for continued support from the City of Cambridge and for the support of City Councillors in our request for an investment in health and well-being of our community and our residents. Specifically, we are requesting a 1% annual budget allocation for Cambridge Memorial Hospital. We know that high-quality hospital care is directly linked to our community's well-being, prosperity, and strength. This investment would send a strong message to our community that healthcare is central to the infrastructure of a thriving community. Next slide. In closing, I want to share an encouraging good news story for our community. In October, we were excited to announce the opening of our CMH Liver Health Clinic. The photo on the left is of our newest hepatologist, Dr. Sarfaraz, with patient Randy, who is having treatment that is new to CMH as an outpatient. The second photo is Dr. Nguyen at the official opening of the clinic. New liver services mean that patients from Cambridge no longer need to make a long commute outside of our region to receive specialized treatment prior to or post-transplant. The hospital was able to leverage a donor investment from the Hallman Foundation to establish the liver care program. Every gift makes a difference. Donor investments can be a catalyst for bringing essential services closer to home or ensuring they remain close by. And next slide. Thank you, Mayor Mcgarry and councillors, for your attention today and your commitment to the health of our residents.
Well, thank you very much, Lisa. And I apologize, I got disconnected there for a moment. But I want to turn to staff and to council rather and see if there are any questions that they have for you. And seeing none, I do want to thank you for your presentation and for joining us this afternoon. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page. So thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
That brings us to the end of our delegation list. And so what I'm going to do is suggest that we take a 20-minute break. We're going to come back after 20 minutes and we'll go until 1:30 this afternoon. So I would like to come back in 20 minutes and we'll take that short break and then we'll continue on after that. So if everyone would put their mics on mute and shut down their screen, that would be great. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for getting back on time. We're going to start with our first item today, and that's going to be the water portion of our budget. We've been through all the delegations, and we want to bring this item forward. And I think, Councillor Devine, you have the motion. Please read it in its entirety. Councillor Devine. There you are. Please go ahead, Councillor Devine.
Okay, just one question, folks. Are we going to do any, is there going to be any presentations at all or delegations on water from the community?
We've had our delegations this morning, but we will have questions of staff once you put the item on the floor.
Okay, what about this evening? Is there any more delegations this evening?
Yes, there are more delegations, but nothing to do with water.
Okay. Okay, the item 21-320 bracket CRS 2022 draft budget and business plan water utility budget recommendation. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Adshade. That the 2022 water utility operating budget be approved in the amount of $73,168,700, the combined water and wastewater rate increase of 2.39% for the average household consuming 2,004 cubic meters annually, that the preliminary water utility operating budget forecast be approved with projected combined water and wastewater rate increase for the average household consuming 204 cubic meters annually of 3.57% in 2023, 3.23% in 2024, and 3.53% in 2025 to be revisited annually. So moved.
Thank you. And now we'll turn to staff. We'll turn to council and ask of any questions that council may have of staff. And the summary of the water budget can be found on pages 61 to 69 in your budget package. Are there any questions of staff? I'm not seeing any questions. There are no questions of staff. I'm going to ask the clerk to call for the vote.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Leggett.
In favor.
Councillor Mann.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor Mcgarry.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The next item on our agenda is to move right into the capital budget. And what we are going to do is we're a little bit ahead of ourselves, and we do have some members who need to take an early break this afternoon. So we are going to take a break now and reconvene at 5 o'clock for the capital budget so that we can honor the commitments that other people have. And so the budget meeting for this morning will recess and we'll reconvene again at 5 o'clock. So it was a short meeting after the break, but we'll reconvene at 5 o'clock. So we'll see everybody at 5. Thanks, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Mike Mann, Deputy Mayor and Chair of tonight's Special Council budget meeting. As noted this morning, tonight is a unique meeting as we will be virtually inviting delegations to speak with us about our 2022 Our City, Our Future budget. The city has provided advance notice of the 2022 budget and delegation opportunities through Facebook, Twitter, the city's website, the City of Cambridge Engaged page, and through the Cambridge Times and the Record. Budget time at the City of Cambridge takes a great deal of time to prepare, and it takes a great deal of council and the public's time to review. Staff have worked diligently and thoughtfully to bring forward a draft budget for council's consideration. Under the leadership of our Chief Financial Officer, Cheryl Ayers, I wanted to give a special thank you to the finance team, as well as to staff from the clerks, corporate strategy, the project management office, and corporate communications for everything you have done to assist this process in getting us here today. On November 24th and 25th, Council had the opportunity to meet with staff and ask questions of the budget. Today's special council addendum provides a summary of the questions members of council asked about the budget and the answers provided by staff. We do have delegations who have registered to speak this evening, and we will hear from them before we get into our budget deliberations. A reminder before we get started today, as we head into this holiday season, please take the time to stay safe and remain vigilant. Wash your hands, practice physical distancing, and wear your mask. All right, let's get started on the budget proceedings. As a reminder to members of council and their delegations, in the spirit of kindness and procedural rules, I will also ask that we maintain decorum at all times throughout our meeting and remind members and the public that using disrespectful language will not be tolerated. I'd also like to remind everyone participating in the meeting today to please mute your mics when you're not speaking. I'll now ask our clerk to complete a roll call of council so that we can confirm everyone's attendance as we are coming to you electronically. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade,
Present.
Councillor Devine,
Present.
Councillor Mehta,
Present.
Councillor Hamilton,
Present.
Councillor Liggett will join us shortly. Councillor Reid,
Present.
Councillor Wolf,
Present.
Mayor Mcgarry,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Mann.
Present. Thank you. In addition, we are going to take a moment to welcome the staff we have joining us electronically. Today we have our City Manager, David Calder, our Deputy City Managers, Hardy Bromberg, Cheryl Zonleiter, Yogesh Shah, and Dave Bush. Our Chief Financial Officer, Cheryl Ayers, our City Solicitor, Lisa Shields. As well today, we have many staff joining us from our Finance, Engineering and Recreation and Culture divisions. We thank you for being with us today. And clerking the meeting, we have our City Clerk, Danielle Manton, our Deputy City Clerk, Jennifer Shaw, and Mallory Greenoff, Council Committee Services Coordinator. I want to thank this evening to our Technology Services staff, Ayesh De Silva, who is also assisting with the logistics for this evening's meeting. We'd like to begin this evening by acknowledging that the land on which we gather today is the land traditionally used by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We also acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge and philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today. As a reminder to members of council that if you have made declarations of pecuniary interest at a previous meeting, you will also have to do so for the bylaw related to the same item. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we'll now move forward with our agenda for tonight. As a result of social distancing guidelines being in place, in-person public attendance at special council meetings of council is not currently available. However, the procedures for electronic participation during the course of an emergency allow for the public to provide written submissions to the clerk's office in advance of the meeting for items on the agenda and to also call in via telephone to our virtual meeting. This evening, we do have delegations who have registered in advance to speak to the budget. This is an opportunity for the public to speak to the budget, for council to hear from the public and ask questions of clarity to the public. Once we have heard from delegations, we will continue our budget deliberations and further review the budget-related staff reports. Should more time be needed to get through the budget, we have scheduled further budget special council dates on Tuesday, December 7th at 5 p.m. and Thursday, December 9th at 9:30 a.m. and again at 5 p.m. So following this evening's meeting, we will recess and then reconvene our meeting on December 7th and December 9th if necessary. I remind you that this morning's meeting and this evening's meeting is council's opportunity to hear from the public and then take those questions, comments, and feedback into consideration as part of our deliberations. Any members of the public who wish to address budget matters after today are encouraged to send their comments, feedback, and correspondence to clerks@cambridge.ca. Should additional correspondence be received between budget meetings, staff will share this with council so it may be considered in the package. And so we'll get started with our meeting. We will begin tonight with additional delegations wishing to speak to the topic of free menstrual products in city facilities. We also heard from delegations this morning on the same topic. I'll remind council that this pertains to a budget amendment that Councillor Reid will bring forward as part of the operating budget deliberations. We are not debating this request right now and are just hearing from the delegations and asking questions of clarification at this time. We will get started with bringing our first delegation into the meeting. And our first delegation is Sharon Livingston, Cambridge Council on Aging. And we'll just take a moment as staff try to reach Sharon. Please bear with us. We're just having some difficulty contacting the first delegation. Good evening. We were able to get a hold of our second delegation, Sharon Robinson, who is from the Seroptimus International, Cambridge, and we'll just bring Sharon in now. Good evening, Sharon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. It's Deputy Mayor Mann, and I just want to thank you for joining us to speak to this item this evening. And just a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address council. And please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to, and that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise when your 5 minutes is up, and you will hear a bell at the 4 minute or at the 1 minute mark as a reminder. So welcome again, Sharon, and please go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm getting some feedback here.
Yes, if there's about a 20 or 30-second delay, so if you turn that off in the background, that will prevent the feedback.
Sorry about that. Just trying to find it. And sorry about that.
That's okay. Please go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Optimus International Cambridge would like to advocate for a proposed addition to the budget that would provide menstrual products free of charge in all public washrooms owned and operated by the City of Cambridge. We feel that there is a need, as we've been asked for donations of menstrual products by our various groups that we support in our community. We see this as an equity issue. People who menstruate should not have to choose between food and menstrual products. Products should be available when and where they are needed. I personally don't know of any woman or girl that has not been in a position where they find themselves in need of a product when they are away from home. There are various cities that have done some pilot projects, such as the City of Kitchener in 2019, the City of London in 2019, City of Sarnia in 2019, the City of Windsor, and the City of Ottawa in 2021. There are organizations in Ontario, such as Change the Flow and the Period Purse, that are providing equity and period positive tax. They're working on removing the stigma that's associated with menstruating. We would like to see the City of Cambridge join in these efforts by providing menstruating products free of charge in your public washrooms. Thank you for hearing Sir Optimus International of Cambridge's request.
Well, thank you, Sharon. We appreciate your time this evening. And I'll just turn to Council and see if anyone has any questions for you. And so to Council, does anyone have any questions for Sharon Robinson? Seeing none, again, I want to thank you for your time with us this evening. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page. Thanks, Sharon.
Thank you.
And we still need a moment to reach out to the other delegations. So if you can please bear with us, we'll try to make that technical connection. We're unable to connect with Sharon Livingston, but we do have a delegation for the 2022 draft budget and business plan. And we have delegations this evening who wish to speak to generally to the 2022 draft budget and business plan. And so we're just trying to bring in Nina Deeb, who is the next delegation. So just bear with us and we'll move on to that one. Good evening, Nina.
Yes, I'm here. I'm actually on the phone as well. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you still hear me?
Should I hang up the phone, or the city's calling me as well? Okay. Thank you, guys. Oh, sorry about that. Am I?
That's okay. It's Deputy Mayor Mann, Nina, and I just want to thank you for joining us to speak to this item this evening. I know it's been difficult to get you, so we want to make sure we keep you on the line. Just a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address Council, and we'd ask that you please.
I'm here. I'm actually on the phone as well. Can you hear me?
So Nina, can you turn your devices off in the background?
I have hung the phone up. That's actually a recording from before. That's already happened.
That's okay. It's Deputy Mayor Mann, Nina, and I just want to thank you for joining us to speak to this item this evening. So, I know it's been difficult. Nina, can you turn your YouTube off on the line or down? Just a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address Council, and we'd ask Nina. Nina, can you turn your devices off in the background?
Yes, that's actually a landline. That's gone. That's been gone for a while.
Okay, I think what we're going to do, Nina, is we're just going to try and reconnect with you because there's too much background information noise and we get that feedback. Are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I'll turn YouTube off.
Okay. Nina?
It's gone. The YouTube's off.
So can you hear me now?
Yes, I'm trying. Yes, there it is.
And I think we've eliminated the background noise.
There was
Okay.
a phone call replaying.
Okay, so we're going to start this again, and we'll just start over at the top, okay? Okay, thank you for joining us, Nina. And you will have 5 minutes to address council this evening, and I just ask that you ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you're speaking to, and that your remarks are respectful, and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up, and you'll hear a bell at the 1 minute mark to remind you have 1 minute left. So again, welcome, Nina, and please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to the budget. I've gone through here, and one of the things that I have noticed is a lot of development that is coming our way, and I'm looking at page 32 of the budget, and on here I see a total of 1,423 units, and I see $16 million of development charges. I'm looking at this, and of course we need development, but I don't want to pay for it. I don't think the taxpayers of Cambridge should be paying for this development. These development charges, the transfer of the $10.5 million into the capital fund, and then from that fund, the charges that are waived are actually paid by the taxpayers. The definition of waive for these fees, the definition of waive is to give up or forego a right, a claim, a privilege, to refrain from insisting on taking advantage of, to put off until later, postpone or defer. I don't think those payments should be deferred to the taxpayers. This is 1,400 units, 1,423 units. The developer should be paying their own development charges, not the taxpayer. So that is the main reason I needed to come here today. This deferring of this huge millions and millions of dollars worth of payments cannot go on to the taxpayers. And the other item that I noticed here, these development charges, so we used to be funded 3 ways, by the federal taxes, the provincial taxes, and local taxes. So now I see that we are funded 1/3 locally and 2/3 by development charges. In this scenario, we're actually 100%, development charges are 100% funded by the taxpayer, and that is not a good formula for the people of Cambridge. The people of Cambridge can't play host to this development. They must pay their own development charges. That is the largest issue I see here. The other comment I would like to make is my taxes have gone up 65.22% in 19 years in Cambridge, and that is a very high percentage for property taxes to be going up. The other thing I'm noticing additional staffing in this budget. We are going from staffing of, we have staff looking for an extra 35 new full-time staff from 725.96 to 760, in addition to the 96 staff that are already in the water utility. This is going to make our staffing of our city nearly 2% of our workforce. That is way too top heavy. I don't think we need any more staff than what we already have. I think the city of Cambridge should work with what they have. But my biggest concern really was these units, which we're happy to have housing, although I don't think it's going to be very affordable, but we're not willing to pay the development charges. The developer should pay their own development charges. The development charges are intended that growth should be paying for their own growth, not the existing tax base and paying for the new growth coming to our cities, in addition to the inconvenience that we have with the construction. So this will add another 2.78% units to Cambridge. We only have 51,140 units now. This will add units. We do need housing. I'm not against housing, obviously, but I am against paying anyone else's development charges. Developers should be paying their own development charges, all their charges. Nothing should be paid by the taxpayers. The other issue that I had noticed on here was the cost of computers. So we're looking for 10 new computers at a cost of $200,000. Why are 10 computers $200,000? They'll need to be shopped around. It's very shocking to see that in the budget. I don't think the fire department needs a boat or a new truck, considering how broke we are. We don't have the money for these things, and we don't need more staff. We don't need to pay development charges for anyone. That's really what I have to say. Thank you. I'm done.
Well, thank you, Nina. And I'll just turn to council and see if anyone has any questions for you. To council, does anyone have any questions for Nina? Seeing none, then we want to thank you for your time with us this evening, Nina. And if you wish to continue watching, you can follow along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page. Thanks again.
Thank you.
And we were able to get Sharon Livingston back on into the waiting room. So we're going to bring Sharon Livingston from Cambridge Council on Aging back in to speak about menstrual products. Sharon, can you hear me? Sharon, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good evening, Cheryl. It's Sharon, rather. It's Deputy Mayor Mann, and thank you for joining us this evening to speak to this item.
Deputy Mayor.
Just a reminder that you have 5 minutes to address council, and please ensure that your remarks relate directly to the agenda item that you are speaking to, and that your remarks are respectful and that you refrain from asking questions of council. I'll advise you when your 5 minutes is up, and you will hear a bell at the 1 minute mark to warn you. So thank you for joining us, Sharon. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. On behalf of the Cambridge Council on Aging, I want to speak in favor of placing menstrual products in as many washrooms as possible. We are about to be designated by the World Health Organization as an age-friendly community. An example of age-friendly communities is inclusiveness and social inclusiveness. And putting these products in washrooms would certainly emphasize that and would make it so much easier for women and girls of all ages to be able to be independent and take care of issues that sometimes financially they can't afford to take care of. And we need to also realize that a huge number of women in Cambridge live in poverty. So on behalf of the Council on Aging, I am so pleased to support this particular motion as it applies to putting menstrual products in public washrooms. And I would suggest to you that it is a very good example of what an age-friendly city should do. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. And I'll just turn to council to see if anyone has any questions for you.
Thank you.
Does anyone from council have any questions for Sharon? Seeing none, we want to thank you for your time with us this evening, Sharon. And you're welcome to continue watching and following along on the City of Cambridge YouTube page.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Have a good evening.
Thanks, Sharon. That brings us to an end of our delegations. And again, I want to remind council and the public watching that the items raised by the delegations will be addressed at the appropriate time while council deliberates on the capital and operating budgets. Before we move on to the capital portion of the budget, there are staff reports on the agenda from today that bring forward additional information on capital and funding requests. The information should be considered before council looks at the overall capital budget. So we will now look at these reports. And our first capital related report we'll look at before we consider the overall capital budget is item number 6.2.3, 21-267 CD, Stormwater Management Funding Study Recommendations. And for this item, we are joined again by Sarah Austin, Manager of Development Engineering, who is available to answer any questions. Our consultants, Brian Bishop, Senior Associate, Wood PLC, and Nancy Neal, Watson and Associates Economists Limited, are also available to join us to answer any questions if required. Councillor Devine, you have the motion. Would you please read it in its entirety?
I will do that. Just give me 1 second, please. It's under one of these piles. Mr. Mann, I don't see that here, to be honest with you. They have the water utility budget recommendation that we did this morning, correct?
Yes, I can have the, get the clerk to read that
Okay,
for you if you like.
Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
Give me a second. Oh, yeah, okay, it starts at the bottom of a page. That's why I didn't see it. I'm sorry.
Please go ahead, Councillor Devine.
Okay, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. 21-267 CD Water Stormwater Management Funding Study Recommendations. The report 21-267 CD Stormwater Funding Study be received, and the council endorsed the transition of stormwater funding from the tax base to a dedicated rate structure as detailed in report 21-267 CD, and the council directs staff to initiate an implementation study for the transition to be decided rate structure pending approval of the 2022 capital budget. And further, the council endorsed further review of property exemption and a credit program as start of the implementation study as detailed in report 21-267 CD. I so move.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. And now to council, are there any questions for staff?
Actually, yeah, sorry. I'll put my hand up, sorry.
Thank you. I do see one question, and that's from you, Councillor Devine. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm making some assumptions here that once we pass this, this will come back to council once again for approval on how it's going to be handled, what exemptions are going to be made. And as we go through the process, because my understanding now is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the stormwater management is funded through the tax base, through the property tax. So we're going to put a stormwater management fee. So as we go through this, we will also let people know what reduction should happen on their property tax. Is that a correct assumption to staff?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Devine, that is correct. So with the introduction of the new stormwater fee, there would then be a corresponding decrease in the property tax. So that will certainly be communicated out. And based on the way we see the implementation study going forward, there certainly would probably be at least 2, if not 3 or 4 touch points with council, where things like the exemptions, a credit program, final confirmation of what the actual stormwater program is that we're funding, all those things would come for final council approval. And then ultimately there would be some policies and bylaws to put it all into place. So that would happen over the next year or so as that study would progress, and council will certainly be involved in that.
Okay, may I redirect, please? Another question.
Go ahead, Councillor Devine.
Thank you. This is directed to Ms. Austin. So would it be safe to anticipate that this stormwater management fee likely would not take effect until 2024? Is that a safe assumption?
I think through the chair, it's a safe assumption it would not occur till likely late 2023 at best, or likely January 1st, 2024 would probably be the likely target at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and through you. This morning, when we heard about other municipalities that had enacted a similar system, difficulties they were encountering, one of them that came up was communications and making sure the public understands the kind of nuances of the new system. So what do we have in place, or what are the plans to let the public know how the system will work and how it will affect them and when it will be implemented? What are our strategies for that?
Certainly. So through the chair, I'll say right now we don't have a defined plan. That is something that we will have to flesh out as we set the terms of reference for the implementation study. We did have a fairly comprehensive community engagement plan for the study we've just completed. Unfortunately, a little thing called the pandemic screwed that up a little as far as some of the in-person consultations. So we had to pivot to the Engage Cambridge page, which included a lot of information. And to be honest, we likely got more interaction through that than we may have had with, the traditional in-person meetings. So I think as we transition to that implementation study, we would certainly be looking to build on the information we've already built as background, and continue to find opportunities to reach out to the public with education. And originally we had planned, set up at the farmer's market or go out to the mall and, have that type of information that I think we may be able to do as we move forward into next year with, limits of restrictions. So that will certainly be something that is a key part of continuing forward.
That sounds great. That's really helpful, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just turn to council again to see if there are any questions for staff. Any other questions? And we'll look to council to see if there are any comments that they want to make in relation to this motion that's on the floor. Any comments from council? Yes, Councillor Devine, go ahead, please.
Yes, through the chair. I think that this is long overdue for the city of Cambridge. There's no doubt in my mind about that. But we have to be very, very careful how we portray it and how we lead it out to the community. And we're going to have to be very careful with the exemptions as well. There's a couple things that, clearly we're going to have to talk about down the road. But stormwater management, it's a big issue in this city. It's a huge issue because we are one of the few cities that have 2 rivers running through it, and all our stormwater goes right into the rivers, or pretty much. You have stormwater retention ponds, but it'll eventually end up in the rivers. So I think it's very important. It's very important to our city that the stormwater is maintained properly and kept up properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. And next we'll move to Councillor Ameta. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly appreciate the presentations that we've received today on this, and I am open to exploring it. In terms of my support in the future, it will depend on what kind of exemptions we have and things like that. I think that that needs to be well thought out, that we need to come up with a policy that is fair to community organizations and places of worship, and like the nonprofits and like the women's shelter, like facilities that have large parking lots basically that serve a community purpose. We need to be mindful of that. And I would just say that we need to keep consulting with the public on this. It is a bit of a change, I would say. And I like the idea of having in-person meetings again, like open houses and stuff when it is safe to do so. And I do like the idea that we are exploring taking the burden off the residential homeowner, and we're looking at coming up with something that's more equitable to solve the problem with the runoff, and to have incentives to better harvest water and contribute less to the problem. So I think that's all very positive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ameta. Next we'll move on to Councillor Wolf. Councillor Wolf, go ahead, please.
Sorry, I'm having trouble unmuting. Through you, Deputy Chair, I do strongly support this motion. I think in our consultations with the public, they have told us that they prefer user fees to raising property taxes. And this method will target those who produce the most stormwater and have them pay their fair share. And as Councillor Ameta has pointed out, this will generally not be residential users. And also, I like the idea that this encourages conservation and would reward property owners who do things like have rain barrels and maybe companies that would put in pervious pavement for parking lots, that kind of thing. So I think this is a good direction for council to be going in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Next we have Mayor Mcgarry. Mayor Mcgarry, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann. And I just really wanted through you to thank Sarah and her team, as well as the consultant, for bringing the report forward. This has been a long time in the making, and I found it fairly easy to read with the comparators of other like-sized Southern Ontario municipalities. And that gives us a good basis to move ahead and really modernize the system and ensure that we have sustainability moving ahead for stormwater management. And I would say it's a pretty important topic now, as we have seen so much flooding, for instance, and some of the issues that BC has had in the past. So I think that we are doing the right thing at the moment to ensure a sustainable system. And I wanted to thank you for your work. I'm in support.
Thank you, Mayor Mcgarry. And to Council, are there any other comments that Council wishes to make? And seeing none, I'll just make a couple of my own, and I too agree with the comments that have been made by my fellow councillors in relation to the timing of this and to an opportunity to produce a fair and equitable system and to become good stewards of stormwater management. So to Sarah and her team and to the consultants and the work that's gone into this, thank you very much for that work and for bringing this forward in such a timely opportunity for us to consider. Thank you. And I'll now ask our clerk to call for the vote in relation to this matter. Madam Clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor Mcgarry.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Mann.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The next item that we'll review is item 6.2.2, 21-227 CD, Riverside Dam Update. For this item, we are joined by Kevin de Liebeck, the Director of Engineering, who is also available to answer any questions Council may have. In order to put the motion on the floor, I need a mover, and I would ask a member of Council to step forward as the mover. Thank you, Councillor Wolf. And would you like the clerk to read the motion, Councillor Wolf? I think that was yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you would, please.
Recommendation that report 21227 CD Riverside Dam update be received as information and that additional funding in the amount of $375,000 be approved for project A0002420 from the Capital Works Reserve Fund for additional archaeology assessments and design work.
And we'll have the city manager's recommendation read out in relation to this motion as well, please.
Optional recommendation from the city manager for council's consideration that report 21227 CD Riverside Dam update be received as information and that a passive management approach be initiated for the Riverside Dam as outlined in the report 21227 CD Riverside Dam update with an increase in future operating budgets of $30,000 for annual inspections and monitoring, and that staff promptly inform council of any substantive change in the condition or short-term risk associated with Riverside Dam. And further, that the capital project for Riverside Dam construction included in the 2022 capital budget not be approved to proceed, and the current capital project A0002420 Riverside Dam detailed design not continue, and the account be closed with the year-end capital forecast report. I'll just remind council that you should separate your discussions on both recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And that was moved by Councillor Wolf and seconded by Councillor Adshade. Now to Council, are there any questions of staff? Madam Mayor, go ahead, please, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and through you, I wanted to ask just some clarification from staff regarding the first part of the recommendation that additional funding in the amount of $375,000 be approved for the project from capital reserve funds for additional archaeological assessments and design work. And I know we've had a presentation on this, and some members of the community may have been able to see it. But from what I understand, I'm just looking for clarification that the design of the dam as has been ongoing for a while now is only about 60% completed. And this was being looked at to sort of try and complete the work to date. I'm just looking for a question of clarity there.
Mr. DeLieberg, please go ahead.
Through Deputy Mayor Mann to Mayor Mcgarry and Council, that is correct. The design of the project has reached the 60% milestone, and to advance the completion of the design, additional funds are required.
Thank you. And any further questions in relation to this motion?
If I could have a follow-up, Deputy Mayor Mann.
Yes, go ahead, please, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And looking at the second part of the recommendation from the city manager, a passive management approach. And again, I'd be looking through you to staff for just clarification that a passive management at the cost of $30,000 annually would really just sort of allow a couple of years pause potentially in order to sort of look to the budget for future. But I guess my question is that I'd like some clarification about what that annual monitoring would look like, and maybe some clarification on the condition of the dam to date. Thank you.
And I think Mr. Calder, did you want to address that?
No, I think Mr. DeLiebrix is prepared to respond to that. I do want to just point out that you may be wondering why there is a recommendation from myself. And I really just wanted to explain that staff was directed by council to bring forward a specific go forward project, being the dam project. And they're fulfilling their professional obligation to report back on that. So I didn't think it was fair for them to then provide an alternative recommendation. So I took the liberty of doing that for your consideration. But the technical merits of either of these recommendations, Kevin is very well versed on and can provide that technical information. So if I could, Deputy Mayor Mann, I'll defer to Kevin for answers to some of those technical questions.
Thank you, Mr. Calder, and thank you for that clarification as well. I'll turn it over to you then, Mr. DeLieberg. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and to council. The inspection work would be similar to what occurred in 2018, where there was a detailed investigation, kind of almost every other year to do that level of investigation, followed by something to a little bit of a lesser extent, similar to what occurred in 2020 through a visual inspection in order to continue to monitor the structural performance of the dam.
Thank you. And then moving on to our next speaker will be Councillor Wolf. Please go ahead, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to staff, in this motion, would we have to continue with the $375,000 for the archaeological assessment and design work at this time? Would it not make sense, since the reason we're doing this is because we don't have the money available to complete the dam and all the work, to also put that part on pause and just really manage the dam at this point?
Please, Mr. DeLieberg, go ahead.
Through Deputy Mayor Mann to Councillor Wolf, that is what composes part of the city manager's optional recommendation for council's consideration, is to place everything on hold moving forward with that would pause any additional funding or the future reconstruction project.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. Okay, and okay.
Thank you, Councillor.
I'll comment on it later.
Okay, thank you. And next we have Councillor Devine. Councillor Devine, go ahead.
Well, Councillor Wolf just asked the same exact question I was going to ask, and I'm fine with the answer. I'm fine with the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions in relation to the recommendation before Council? So just before we move ahead, I do have a question myself. And when we do, I think you've addressed this, when we do a passive observation or passive investigation of the dam, it's a lesser review of the dam compared to a more detailed dam that would probably take us underwater to take a look at that. Is that right, Mr. Delebec?
Through Deputy Mayor Mann to Council, not entirely. We would still do the detailed investigation work, probably on an every other year type basis, but at least every year we would continue to monitor the dam. So sometimes one year it would be a detailed type investigation where we go under the water and actually feel and actually visually observe the dam. And other years we'll be just doing a visual inspection similar to what we do for our bridge inspections through OSAM.
Thank you. And then if the dam were to breach any more than it has, I hate to assume, but would the entire dam come to a collapse, or would bits and pieces of the dam breach at different times? What is the anticipation of how, if or how the dam would breach itself if that were to occur?
Through Deputy Mayor Mann to Council, the latest detailed structural evaluation of the dam indicated that within 2 to 10 years, we could have some concrete pop out or fragmentation of the dam. And it would depend on the extent of that pop out, whether we would experience a localized failure or not. And that would basically determine if the overall integrity of the dam would be compromised or not.
Thank you. And just one more question, Mr. Delebec, and I'm not sure if you can answer this, but if staff could, when would we anticipate the dam being back on the capital project list?
Through Deputy Mayor Mann to Council, at this point in time, following the city manager's optional recommendation, should there be a substantive change in the condition of the dam, would be the time that staff would bring this back to Council for their consideration of action to take forward.
Great. Thanks very much, Mr. Delebec. Are there any other comments that Council wish to make at this time? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the clerk just to, before we do that, Councillor Reid, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I wasn't anticipating your comments quite as quickly as you did. So I am very much in favor of supporting the passive management of the dam. I think that we have discovered that we really need to pull back a bit on our capital expenditures and our projects. And this is one that I think that we can safely pull back on. And with this passive management of the dam, we're not making a decision any different than what we have in the past. We're just saying we're going to pause for a while and we're going to go ahead with some of the other projects that we feel that will be more needed than perhaps this project. So I'm very much in favor of doing this because I do think that that we will get more for our community from some of the other projects that are proposed in our capital.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. And moving on to Councillor Mehta, please go ahead, Councillor Mehta.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, Deputy Mayor. I support the staff recommendation. I'm comfortable with that direction for this time being. I know we have a lot of fiscal constraints right now, and as Councillor Reid had mentioned, there are a number of projects that we want to see come to fruition, and this does give us an opportunity to do that. But having said all that, I would still like to see the dam go through at some point. You know, I don't want too much of a delay on this, but I understand that given the current realities, we need to allow that extra time. And, you know, just very respectfully, I don't really like how Chilligo turned out, like removing the dam there, how the pond narrowed dramatically, or, you know, near Dundas, a dam there was removed and the lake was completely lost. Like I don't think that was an improvement in my opinion. And I look at a number of the different cities across the province, such as Stratford. They have Victoria, Lake Victoria right in the middle of Stratford, and it was the dam that created that. Or even, you know, locally around here, I ask, if we remove this dam, would we remove the other dams? And I would not support removal of the other dams. So I'd like to see all of them remain. And even Shades Mills Reservoir, there's one there creating the reservoir. Guelph Lake has a dam, Bellwood Lake, you know, and I'm comfortable too with the direction where the ministry has gone in terms of having the fish ladders and improvements there. But I understand right now we just don't have the money, but it would be something I'd like to work towards in the future. And I believe it will enhance the tourism opportunities in the city if we do it right. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mehta. And just clarification, if I can, you said you supported the staff report, but you talked about the city manager's report. Which one did you want to support?
I guess the passive Deputy Mayor, maybe the passive management one.
Thank you, Councillor Mehta.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And we'll move on to Councillor Hamilton. Please go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and through you. I'll just be quick. I also support the optional recommendation from the city manager on this one. So the passive management approach. I think it's important for us as a council to adapt to changing circumstances. We see the debt difficulties that the city's in, and I think this presents an opportunity to all of us to take a pause on a project that, as Councillor Mehta has pointed out, albeit it is important, it might not be at the forefront when we look at other projects around the city and other needs. So I'm more than happy to support the city manager's recommendation on this one.
Thank you. And any other comments in relation to this motion? Just a couple of comments that I want to make before we move into the vote. It's a difficult one for me because I feel very passionate about the dam and the heritage that it brings to our community and what it represents to our community. But at the same time, I understand the rationale behind the city manager's report, and it does give us an opportunity to keep an eye on the dam, and we can rebuild the dam at a later date. And we have a number of priorities, and difficult as it is, I think the passive management is the way to go at this particular point in time. And so what we have to do now is we have to decide if we're going to vote on the staff report that includes the $375,000, or if we are going to vote on the city manager's recommendation for the passive review of the dam. And just before I get a thumbs up from Council in relation to that, I'll go to Councillor Devine, who still has a comment that he wants to make. Councillor Devine, please.
Just quickly, the dam at Riverside Park, the river's going nowhere. Okay, we know the river's not going anywhere. Okay, it's been there thousands and thousands of years. So, you know, if we have to delay this for a period of time, so be it. But I think personally, I think we need to go with the city manager's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just turn to Council, and if you could give me a thumbs up for those who would like to vote on the recommendation, the city manager's recommendation for the passive management approach. And if you could give me a thumbs up, and I think I've got everybody giving me that thumbs up. Thank you. So what I'll do is I'll ask Madam Clerk to call for the vote, and the vote will be in the recommendation from the city manager for council's consideration of the passive management of the Riverside Dam. And that's moved by Councillor Wolf and seconded by Councillor Adshade. Madam Clerk, if you would, please.
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Mehta,
Favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor Mcgarry,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Mann,
Favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. Our last report is report 6.2.1, 21-292 CD, Preston Auditorium Expansion Project, revised scope and program options. Joining us for this item this evening are Shane Taylor, the project lead, Recreational Services, and Leslie Head, Director of Recreation and Culture. And we also have Don Crowder, our Recreation Coordinator, on hand, who can be brought in as required to answer any questions council may have. I also understand that the architect, Scott Robinson, is available to answer any questions if required. Councillor Reid, you have the motion. Would you like the clerk to read it, or would you like to read it yourself?
Well, I did not wish to put forward the motion that is there. I wish to put forward a motion to accept the option C.
And thank you, Councillor Reid. And would you like the clerk to read that option?
Yes, please.
Thank you. And we're just going to have to take a moment to adjust the motion. So maybe what we'll do is take a 5-minute break, and then we'll get back to this item on the agenda. So we'll take a 5-minute break. If you could shut down your mics and your cameras, that would be great. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. And again, thank you for your indulgence. I'll just have Madam Clerk read the new motion in relation to the Preston Auditorium expansion. Madam Clerk, please.
Do we have a seconder?
Yes, we do. Councillor Devine, please.
Thank you.
Originally, it was Councillor Liggett who was going to second it, and she was comfortable with that, but I guess she is not able to be here.
That's correct. Councillor Leggett's not able to join us yet, and we'll just proceed with.
I'm more than happy to second it.
Thank you. Councillor Reid is the mover and Councillor Devine the second.
Recommendation that report 21292 CD Preston Auditorium Expansion Project, revised scope and program options be received, and that council endorse staff recommendation to proceed with program option C, renovation and expansion of the existing Preston Auditorium arena for a total construction budget of $26,211,000. And further, that council approves adjusting the capital forecast for the Preston Auditorium expansion construction and design projects to be a total of $27,953,915,000. Funded from the tax supported debentures in the amount of $17,790,426,000, and from the development charges funded debentures in the amount of $10,163,489,000, and that the operating impacts of $1,511,400,000 be included in the 2022 operating budget.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
May I speak to my motion?
Yes, and go ahead, please, Councillor Reid.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Well, you know, I thought long and hard about this decision and what we should do around the Preston Auditorium. And as the Vice Chair of Budget, I approached the Budget Chair, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Mann, and we had discussions around it for a couple of days as to what was the best way forward, what was best for this city. And I think it's really important that we recognize that we're not building it necessarily for today, we're building it for the future. We definitely need to build this for the future. We know that Cambridge is growing. We know that it's going to continue to grow. We know that in the next 30 years, there's going to be 65,000 people coming to Cambridge. And we need these facilities, and we need these facilities now. I know it's been very difficult for people to deal with the capital budgets that we have in front of us because of the costs. And the cost is not going to become less if we leave it for another day or another decade. I was disappointed we were not able to do the multiplex that we had planned before. And as we move forward, we're trying to plan again for something that is really, really world class and really something that the people and excuse me, even Cambridge deserve. And I really feel that putting this additional ice pad there with the Preston Auditorium, and also allowing the Preston Auditorium to become an NHL size rink. We need to do that. We need 2 NHL size rinks there. And any of the other options don't do that. They wouldn't bring the current Preston Auditorium rink to NHL size. And we heard this morning from our delegations that the Rivulets really need to have the NHL size. And it does all those things that we wanted it to do. And with the Rivulets, it brings the gender parity that is very important to us as a community. I think our community spoke to us very clearly this morning.
And everyone that spoke said, yes, we need this. Don't put it aside again. We need it now, and we need it as quickly as we can get it. We know it's going to take at least 2 years in order to complete it. And we need to get on with it and build it, and we need to build it right. We don't need to do it halfway. I think if we're going to do this, we need to do it right and meet the needs that our community has told us that we need to put in this facility. So the money, I'm sure that our staff will come up with the best way to finance it. I mean, there has been a suggestion of financing it by an infrastructure levy, so that these capital projects are separated out from the operating budget and the what we pay in taxes, so that the community would be able to see what we're using that levy for and what the infrastructure is for. We heard this morning that people said they'd be willing to pay more because we really need to do something about our aging arenas. I dare to say that many of us are embarrassed by our aging arenas, and we need to build a great arena that we can take pride in, that Cambridge can say, bring your people here and see our new arenas and see how well they function and how well our people are enjoying it. We know that it's going to serve more than just hockey. We know that they're of course, my particular love is figure skating. We know the Preston Figure Skating Club. It was prominent within that Preston Auditorium, and their needs would be met. And we have ringette people who and lacrosse people who also want to use ice time. And so I really feel that it is time now for us to rebuild this arena and to also add the second pad. So I'm hoping that I will find support from the many people on council that I've already talked to about this, and that we will move forward together with this wonderful plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. And next we'll turn to Councillor Devine. Councillor Devine, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, and through the chair. To me, this is not a very difficult decision. I mean, this is long overdue for our community. Carl Holmuth is. I mean, I used to watch my nieces and nephews play hockey there, and she's pretty tough. She's pretty tough. And there's one thing we have to remember here: the price of real estate has really taken off in Cambridge and in Southern Ontario. We're not buying land for this. Land is there, and we're taking a dilapidated, a facility that really no longer suits Cambridge's need, and we're modernizing it. World class. I'm not sure we're world class, but it'd be nice. It'd be nice. And 7 years ago, when I came on council, there's going to be a lot of great things happen. And to be quite honest with you, it's been slow. It's been very, very slow. And forgetting about gender, this is what the community needs. And that part of our community has been lacking for some time. The property's there, nice property along the river. And when it's done, it's going to be one beautiful facility. And I can support this. But again, it's not a tough decision at all, in my mind. The tough decision is the financial aspect of it. And it's not going to be cheap, but on the same token, going down the road, it's not going to get any cheaper. So, but I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. And moving on to Councillor Adshate. Go ahead, please, Councillor Adshate.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman and Mann. I support option C, and I support this motion. For decades, we've had inferior ice rinks and arenas, which has made our city look really bad, and we've lost lots of sports tourism. And one of my major goals when I ran for council is I wanted to see this improved. So I think now is the time to do it. We got one chance to get this right, so let's do it. Okay, let's build now to prevent future increases. We know if we wait, I'm afraid if we wait and don't build now, that it's going to be so costly in the future that it may never even occur. It's going to be a decade down the road. So we know what delays cause. You know what happens when delays are put in front of us, how much it increases the cost. So I think we should build now. And I personally, I don't want to spend another $1 million to keep Carl Homewith operational. I think we need to decommission Homewith and Duncan McIntosh and Dixon Arenas. They're well past their due date, and they certainly don't look good on the city. So I think it's time for us to move on. Let's help our youth and adults experience sports and recreation in an acceptable building and environment. I think that's very important. I'm very excited about the 2 ice pads to be constructed at the rec complex and the 4 new arenas to become available to the sports park. But let's be known as the city that supports its recreational facilities rather than neglecting them. So I'm in full support of this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Adshade. Next, we'll move to Councillor Wolf. Go ahead, please, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I too strongly support this motion with option C. We saw all too clearly how delaying the building of our sports complex dramatically increased the price. In option C, I particularly like the walking track, which is included, which will be used by many citizens more than those who are able to use it for hockey or figure skating or pleasure skating. As has been said, too many of our citizens have told us they were embarrassed by Cambridge's outdated arenas, and it's time, well, far from time, I guess, to correct that situation. If we're going to build it, we need to do it right. And option C, out of all the options, is the right way to do it. We need to look for some funding that's creative. And I have a question for Cheryl Ayers about an infrastructure levy or surcharge. And would we need to do that before we pass the budget so that we just don't raise the property tax directly? And I wonder if she could answer that question.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf, and I'll turn to Cheryl Ayers. Ms. Ayers, please.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor Mann. There are 2 different options I see that you could consider for funding for this. One, as you mentioned, Councillor Wolf, is putting a dedicated infrastructure levy in place, or that would be an overall impact to the tax levy. Or you could go with the recommendation that Danielle read out, the revised recommendation, which included an operating impact of 1.5 million, and that would provide the funding for the debt charges and the capital costs for the facility. So either way, you would be accomplishing the same thing. It's just 2 different ways of doing it.
Follow up. Through you, Deputy Mayor, follow up question.
Please go ahead, Councillor Wolf.
In the 2 ways of doing it, if we add the 1.5 million, how would that affect the increase to property tax? What percentage, or does it?
The incremental increase to property taxes compared to what's already in the budget would be 1.21%.
Okay, and with a levy?
That's up to council. You could do a 1% levy, or some municipalities have 2% levies. That would be up to council to decide how much they want to put in place for a dedicated infrastructure levy.
And do you have any recommendation?
I would recommend at least 1%. I think the option that we have proposed for this project of including the operating impacts within the recommendation for council's approval accomplishes what is needed in order to provide the funding to pay for the debt in the future. So if you went with the staff recommendation that would it result in an operating impact of, or a tax levy impact of 1.21%, would cover the costs needed to build the facility.
Okay, and will we need to do that before we pass the budget, make that decision?
That would be preferred, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Next, we have Councillor Hamilton. Go ahead, please, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and through you. This was difficult at first. It was a tough one just because of the costs associated with the project. But ultimately, I am in favor of moving in the way that Councillor Reid suggested, because to me, as Councillor Reid pointed out, it's not just an investment for this year and next year, but it's a generational investment. This building is going to be around a long time, so it's good that we do it right. We do it properly, you know, measure twice, cut once, and this seems to be the second time we're measuring. All around, even Ward 7, which is Southeast Galt, it's a fair distance away. I was hearing on lots of doorsteps, where are our rinks? You know, our rinks are, you could say, critiqued, to put it lightly, by other cities. So Cambridge is a hockey town. We've got a rich sports history. Where are these rinks that we're told are on the way? So I suppose now it's time to show residents that yes, these rinks are on the way. And the most important component of it, I think, is that it's, even though we're hearing from lots of hockey families and kids and youth that are engaged in this sport, it's obviously essential and integral to hear their voices. This benefits the town as a whole, not just through sports tourism, but focusing on a point of pride for the city. Cambridge is very much a hockey town. And I say that as a basketball fan, but Cambridge is very much a hockey town. So we should have pride in our arenas and our facilities that mirrors and matches the pride that we have in teams like the Hawks and the Rivulettes. I think that the pride and the excitement that comes with having a very good arena and very good teams is something that everyone will benefit in, not just in coming years, but coming generations. And so this is really a large but a short-term cost for a very long-term gain that will affect everyone in the city in a very positive way, regardless if they step on the ice or not. Canada is very much a hockey country, and Cambridge is a hockey town. And I think that this moves us in the right direction towards recognizing that and connecting our players and our citizens with the passion that I think Canadians have for this game. So I'm very much in favor of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Next, we'll move to Councillor Ameta. Go ahead, please, Councillor Ameta.
Well, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, I fully support this. I know that the financial constraints are challenging, but one thing I've learned with a lot of budgets is there's really never really a good time. There's always challenges every year, and sometimes you just have to say this is what's right for the community. This is a facility that's needed. It's an investment in the future. It'll keep the community active. It'll help people meet each other and build that sense of community and you know, like improve relationships. It will also, I even think, will help with a lot of the social issues we're facing in terms of keeping people off the street and you know, with the whole Icelandic model as one of the solutions to it. This fits in with that. So it's got my full support. It's a prime location. It's on land that we own. And it's a facility that's dearly needed. And I also would like to add as well that as part of the process, I would like to look at fundraising initiatives and naming rights, which I would understand is what we'll be doing. We'll be as best as we can anyways, even to have somebody donate and have the name on a tile at the foyer, like, you know, things like that we should be looking at as part of the process. So I would add that in as well to help address some of the financial issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ameta. Next, we'll move to Mayor Mcgarry. Please go ahead, Mayor Mcgarry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann. And I had a couple of questions, actually. I was just going to ask about why option C was the preferred option over B, for instance. I think that I had been hearing that the Rivulettes really needed the NHL size rink in place. So just wondering if staff could address that. And also at the same time, what plans would be in place if indeed we choose option C to move ahead? What options will be in place for ICE users to have other places to go during the 2 years that it's offline and under construction? Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll look to staff.
Yes.
Shane, please go ahead, Shane Taylor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Through you. In response to the first question, actually a bit of clarity there. Are you looking for a response to option C versus, if you can clarify which options you're looking for clarity on, that would be great. Thank you.
If I may, through you, Mr. Chair, it will be option B versus option C.
Yes, thank you. Through you, the Chair. The difference between option B and option C, option B would look to expand the existing arena out the north side with a new NHL-sized pad. The seating would be elevated, and so the seating would be located likely over top of the change rooms. The seating area would be about 450 seats, and it would extend upward up to where the existing concessions area is in the existing arena. In the existing arena, the change rooms would be renovated, so they would be made accessible and expanded. Washrooms would be expanded, but the arena itself would not, the ice would not expand in size initially. So long-term down the road, we would look at a second capital project in order to expand that ice. But in the meantime, it would be maintained as existing. So option C would look to renovate both sides all at once. The difference being that the existing arena would end up with a full NHL-sized ice. We would make some modifications to some challenging operating spaces. So the ice resurfacing equipment has difficulty accessing the space. We would look at increasing space there so that equipment could access the ice in a better manner. We would maintain as much of the seating on the existing side as we could, whether that was all 900 seats that there are right now, or whether we had to lose a row. That's something that would come down the road that we would have to look at. But on the new side of the arena, the seating would be proposed to be located at floor level, so not elevated, as is shown in option B there. So on the new side, you'd be looking at 450 seats at floor level, NHL-sized ice, 6 new change rooms for people to utilize, and 3 referees rooms. Those are the primary differences there.
Thank you. If I may just finish up there and just clarify that it sounds to me then option C would provide everything that the ICE users and user groups are asking for upfront and get it all done, and we'd be complete. So I support that. The other question I had was what plans are in place to accommodate the ICE users currently for the 2 years while this may be under construction with some of the other arenas that are still open. Thank you.
Through the chair, I'm actually wondering if Dawn Crowder is available to address that question.
Thank you. And Madam Mayor, if you could ask your question again, I believe that Mr. Crowder is online, but I do see Mr. Bromberg wants to answer that question too. So we'll go with you, Mr. Bromberg. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann. Through the chair to council, staff are expecting to come back shortly in the next few, in early Q1 of 2022 with some options. Staff are looking, there are some opportunities within the city of Cambridge for some ice to handle the demand between the construction when the Preston Auditorium would be out of commission. So we'll be providing a follow-up report to council at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Bromberg. Madam Mayor.
And thank you. I I guess this will be sort of my third and final question, would be around the decommissioning of some of the facilities that we're looking at now. So it's what you're saying then, potentially, Mr. Bromberg, is that the current user groups of Preston right now will have other places to go in order to accommodate their ice time needs over the 2 years that it is down. And then we would look at decommissioning the planned decommissioned arenas?
That's correct. We would not be decommissioning any arenas in advance of this construction.
Thanks, that's great. That will provide some reassurance for our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And moving on to Councillor Reid. Councillor Reid, go ahead, please.
Yes, I was wondering about sponsorship possibilities that would help with the auditorium, and I wondered if someone could comment on. I know that we are going forward with that. I wonder if they'd make some comments on it.
Thank you, and I'll just Miss Leslie Head, please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and through you, I can answer that question. So Council received a report back in September from Trevor McWilliams, who was the acting director of ACDEV at the time, regarding the revised sponsorship, advertising, and naming policies for Council's approval. And at that time, there was a presentation from the consultant that was retained, who gave some potential forecasting for naming opportunities or sponsorship opportunities for what we are entitling the Big Three, which is Fountain Street, Preston, and the Rec Complex. And during that presentation, the anticipated naming rights revenue that could be generated at that time for Preston was approximately $2 million. And so we are actually, as I notified Council earlier this week, we released an RFP to retain professional services to start that process. And so we'll be looking to get that program in place in early 2022.
Thank you. That's good news. Anything further, Councillor Reid?
No.
Thank you. We'll move on to Councillor Ameta. Please go ahead, Councillor Ameta.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I'm glad Councillor Reid had mentioned the sponsorship because I'm very passionate about that. And I know it's new to us, and I'm excited for the future to see what can be achieved. Also, too, I'm looking at this as an opportunity to create jobs to get out of the pandemic with the recovery, the economic recovery, and investing in infrastructure, much needed infrastructure. It's not a make work project. It's something that we need, but at the same time, it will create the jobs and help us recover from this pandemic. And just a thought as well. It'd be a nice spot for a restaurant overlooking the river. We've got a beautiful view there in the back. And if you had a restaurant or a coffee shop or something that would pay the city the rent, that could go towards some of the operating costs maybe in the future. Staff would have a better idea, but I think even it'd be good to have a look at things like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ameta. Are there any other questions for staff? Councillor Wolf, go ahead, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, possibly to Cheryl or maybe the clerk, if we wanted to consider an infrastructure levy instead of putting it onto the 1.5 onto the operating, would we have to change the motion as it's written?
I think we'll go to Ms. Ayers for that, please. Cheryl?
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor Mann. Yes, the motion would need to be revised if you wanted to change the funding to a dedicated infrastructure levy.
Okay. And speaking to that, I think it's not a bad idea to have a dedicated infrastructure levy. It lets people know that this is what their money is going for. I think sometimes people don't realize what their taxes do. They don't often equate service to taxes. They just say my taxes have gone up, and they complain about other things, but they don't realize without this money, we can't provide this service or build this arena, etc. So with a dedicated infrastructure levy, I think we're being transparent and we're showing people this is what the levy's for. And once the arenas are built, there would be no more levy. Or if we got enough money through fundraising or sponsorship, the levy would be gone. But for this 2021 budget, 2022 budget, I guess, I'd like to see if council's in favor of trying out an infrastructure levy.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. And are you finished? I don't want to cut you off.
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And just before we go back to your question, I'm going to let Councillor Devine ask his, and then we'll come back to your question. I know Councillor Reid was nodding her head in agreement, so we'll hear from Councillor Devine, and then we'll come back to you. Councillor Devine, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you to the chair. I mean, I think it's very clear with council that I think we pretty much all agree on the requirement that we need in for the arena with option C. Now, I think we need to get laid out here from the finance department, the difference between the putting on the tax or a defined levy. Right, see which way it takes us for sure. Either way, it's got to be paid for. All right, and again, there's a number of variables such as sponsorship, such as possible grants from the feds of the province. So I think we need to have it laid out pretty clear before we go any further. Or the other option is to put it back to staff, because I mean my mind's not going to change, and I don't think council is going to change. Staff needs to take work some numbers. Then we'll deal with this next week on the other dates that we've chosen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. And just before, I'm going to go back to staff. Staff have provided us with numbers and figures that we need to look at if we are going to go a tax levy, an infrastructure tax levy, or if we include it in the tax bill. And I just need some clarification from staff if on those numbers, so that we can make an informed decision about the next motion or the amendment to the motion as to whether it actually is on the tax bill or if it's an infrastructure tax levy. So I'll just maybe ask Ms. Ayres for some further clarification, if you would, please.
Thank you. And through you, Deputy Mayor Mann, I just also wanted to clarify, typically when municipalities implement a dedicated infrastructure levy, it's to address the infrastructure gap that's been identified through their asset management plan and dealing with the rehabilitation of existing assets. This project does deal with the rehabilitation of some of the existing Preston Auditorium, but it's mostly to deal with expansion of that facility. So this isn't typically the type of project that an infrastructure or a dedicated capital levy would be used for. It's not to say that we can't do that, but typically I just wanted to comment that typically the infrastructure levy is used for addressing that infrastructure gap. So just something for council to keep in mind in terms of your decision that you're going to make on this.
Thank you, Ms. Ayres. And if I may, I'll just ask for a little more clarification because this affects staff. So we have two options. We can do the infrastructure tax levy, which is not necessarily the right way to go, or we can move this into the operating budget as part of the tax bill. And what is the recommendation by staff as we move forward in this direction? We've identified that option C is where we are looking to go. And what is the recommendation from staff as we move forward with option C?
Sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor Mann. staff haven't necessarily had a chance to discuss this. We may need to take the time to do that. I don't know if we could have a 5-minute break to do that.
Well, as a matter of fact, that was my next comment that I was going to make, because we're going to change the motion somewhat, and we would take a break. But before we do that, I'll go back to Councillor Wolf, who has a further question, and I'll let her ask her question. Thanks. Councillor Wolf, go ahead, please.
Through Deputy Mayor, I was wondering if we haven't voted actually on option C, could we just split the motion at this point and see if option C is what passes? And if it does, then come up with the motion of how we fund it. Because if council decided on option A or whatever, it would be different.
So I think what we'll do is if you hold on to that thought, we'll see if there are any more comments in relation to the motion that's before us. We'll vote on the motion, and then what we can do is take a break and have staff come back and let us know what could follow from that, and then we would be able to determine if it needs to be a further vote in relation to how we pay for it. So what I'll do now is I'll move to Mayor Mcgarry, and then Shane Taylor has some comments to make too. If you don't mind, Mayor Mcgarry, I'll go to Shane first. Go ahead, please, Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take a minute to clarify. There was a point that was raised earlier in the meeting by Councillor Wolf regarding a walking track. And I just did want to clarify that that's not what's identified in option C that's before council right now. So I want to make sure that that was very clear to everyone, that that was a recommendation from an option back in the May report. So it is in the appendix here. However, it's not part of option C. That would be an additional expense if that is desired.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor, but there is a trail right behind the proposed arena now, isn't there?
Correct, yes, there is.
Thank you. Mayor Mcgarry, please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, just through you to make some comments. I'm very excited by this project. I'm really delighted that we're finally moving ahead. I fully support option C, having heard all of the different options placed before us. I had missed the May meeting as I was off at that time. So I'm very glad to come back and just say that I'm really thankful to staff for putting so many different options forward, speaking to so many of our user groups and our community, and coming up with something that's going to be just a showcase for this area of our city. It is going to attract our tournaments again, sports tourism, but most importantly, it's going to be just a jewel in the crown right now of our city in order to move ahead with redesigning and upgrading all of our recreation facilities. This looks like it'll be the first to be done. So I'm very proud of what staff has done, what our community has done, what council has done to date in order to get us here. And I'm very excited to move this ahead. So I will be fully supporting option C. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Mcgarry. And are there any other questions or are there any other comments? Councillor Reid, please go ahead.
I think if we pass this motion as it is, we have put ourselves into having it in the operating budget. So I just wanted to make that comment because I think that was one of your suggestions, that we go ahead with this. And I think that we probably need to change it if indeed we wanted to do the levy, the infrastructure levy, rather than in the operating budget.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. And I don't see that there are any other comments. And so what we're going to do is I am going to make my comments, and then we'll take a break and we'll come back and vote on this after we give staff an opportunity to come back with some information on how this is paid and where it best fits in the overall budget. And so just before we go to break, I want to say too that this is an extremely difficult situation that we find ourselves in because of the cost. But this is an investment in our future. It's an investment in our children. And our children are the leaders of tomorrow. It's an expensive investment, But when it comes to our kids and the youth and adolescents in our community, don't we have a responsibility to invest in them? And I think it gives us an opportunity to do that for our children. In a world-class society, in a world-class facility, I think it's something we can all be proud of. And I know it pushes us to our limits financially. And as budget chair, I really took a long, hard look at that. And Councillor Reid and I talked about this in great detail about what we could afford. And I really appreciate the work that staff provided and the information that staff provided on how we could do this. And I'm grateful to staff for coming up with the ways in which we can finance this very important initiative. And as budget chair, I've given it considerable thought because it is so important that we make sure that we invest in our children, because we can prevent all kinds of social ills by doing that, by investing in our children for their future and for our futures as well. This is needed in our community. It's much needed in our community. It's a tournaments will be held at this facility. It's something that we've all wanted, and it's an opportunity for us to fulfill. The cost, if we put it down the road, will be incredible, and I think this is something that we can still afford. I would much rather see the investment in the Preston Auditorium than putting any more money into the Carl Holmeth Arena. The Cambridge Rivulets will call this their home, and I think that's something that we can all be proud of as we look to a team that will call the Preston Auditorium their home. We absolutely need to do it, and we need to do it right. And it's difficult due to the cost. Our rinks are not in the shape that our community expects them to be in, and I know staff struggle with trying to keep them up to pace. And this is an opportunity to take a facility that needs to be updated and updating it to a world-class facility. I know it puts staff under pressure, and I really appreciate and commend staff for the work that they have done to come up with the recommendations that they have and the way in which we can finance this. It does add significantly to sports tourism in Cambridge, and as others have said, Cambridge is a hockey town, and we're very proud of our hockey heritage. And this will be a jewel in our city. And again, thank you to staff for all the work that they have done in bringing forward the options and giving us the opportunity to make the selection that we have tonight. So if there are no other comments, I think what we'll do is we're going to take a 30-minute break, and that will give staff an opportunity to look at maybe some of the financing initiatives or opportunities that we should look at to bring this forward, and then we'll come back and talk it further. So we'll take 30 minutes, and then we'll come back and deal with the remainder of this motion. And I'd ask that you turn off your mics, turn off your cameras, and we'll see you in 30 minutes. Thanks, everyone. Welcome back, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity. Just before we do anything further, I'm going to ask Cheryl Ayers if she could just elaborate on the two funding opportunities that we've identified in relation to this motion. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Ayers, if you would, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and through you. So there is two different options proposed. One is funding the increased operating costs through the operating tax levy, or the second option was putting a dedicated tax levy in place to fund the impacts of the Preston Auditorium expansion. What I would suggest is that the cost should be included in the regular operating levy. And my reasons for that is that essentially what is being done is we're approving the capital project, and we're going to incur costs related to that expansion now, and then funding debt. So typically we wouldn't put an infrastructure levy in place to fund our debt charges. For all other projects, those have been included within our operating budget, and they're part of our regular tax levy. So in terms of this project for Preston Auditorium, I would suggest the debt charges be funded through the operating tax levy, similar to what we do with all other projects. In terms of a dedicated capital levy, you may recall on pages 228 and 229 of the budget document, staff have listed a number of projects that were considered as part of the budget, but they remain unfunded because we didn't have sufficient funding in place to do those projects. So there's a total of $38.2 million worth of projects that we don't have the funding for. That's typically the type of thing that we would use a dedicated capital levy for, funding those types of needs for the future so that we don't have to issue debt for them. And the third point that I want to make is that in the 2023 capital budget, we have two projects included. One is to do an update to our asset management plan. The second project is to do a long-range financial plan. Together, those two projects will identify and update what our infrastructure gap is, and staff would propose that through that project, we do some analysis and recommend a dedicated infrastructure levy for future financing of capital works.
Well, thank you, Ms. Ayers, and that gives us some clarification. Just one question I would have is, how many, and I'm not sure you can answer this, but how many capital projects would we have already in the tax levy to date? Can you give us any kind of an idea or just a couple of examples?
Funded from debt?
Sorry,
I
know I didn't give you any warning on this.
That's okay, just 1 second.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor Mann, there's currently 13 projects that have outstanding debt issued that are funded through the operating tax levy today.
Thank you. And so this is the way that we have traditionally dealt with the capital project funding, is through the operating budget.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Mann, that is correct.
Thank you. And again, this is just, it would just be a continuation of what we've done in the past. So it would be what we would expect to do.
It would be consistent treatment with how we have handled capital projects previously, where we've issued debt funding.
Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl.
You're welcome.
And I'll just move on now. I see Councillor Reid, you have a comment. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I have a question, Ms. Ayers. So I think you mentioned before, if we could put it in the operating, it would be 1.21%. Could you tell me what that would mean in actual dollars to the average household?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Mann, a 1.21% incremental increase to the tax levy for Preston Auditorium would result in an impact of $17.24 for the average household.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification then, Ms. Ayers, and for your question, Councillor Reid. Are there any other questions or comments before we go to the motion? Councillor Wolf, please. I see your hand. Go ahead.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I guess to Cheryl, it sounds like you're going to study using an infrastructure levy for the future. And I know that haven't used one in the past. And this is how we're doing this is our traditional way of paying for the debt of building new infrastructure. I'm wondering if we could have the future tonight, and if we're thinking of doing this in the future, this Preston project might be ideal. I think what happens is people look at it will be an over 4% increase to our operating budget, right? And that's not very popular. But if we had basically our 3.2 or whatever it is now, and a 1% tax levy for infrastructure, as in Preston, I do think that people would understand that more or appreciate it more, because we're saying this is directly what your taxes are going for. Just my thoughts on public perception of the taxes, like they just, will be compared to other municipalities close by, as usual, who don't have stormwater management included in their taxes, and who also may already have an infrastructure levy. And people just don't understand why our taxes seem to be so high compared to theirs. And I'm thinking that if we had the 1% tax levy, people would understand a bit more what their taxes were going for.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Wolf. And I know Ms. Ayers has some comments that she wants to make, but I wonder if Mr. Calder had any comments that he wanted to make in relation to this as well, when we look at the big picture for capital projects. And Mr. Calder, is there anything you wanted to add?
You, Deputy Mayor Mann, to Council. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. First, Council sort of asked us to go away and look at this recommendation and see if it was something we could support. And the answer is yes. We think the recommendation on the floor is the best approach for the time being. I worry that if you're looking at an infrastructure levy, normally you look at an infrastructure levy based on your total infrastructure, not project by project. So I'm concerned that if you had just even a 1% infrastructure levy, that may not cover your additional costs for this project when we've already said it was a 1.21 increase. So minimum, that's what you need to pay the debt for this project. But I think also what staff is saying is we haven't lost sight of the need for an infrastructure levy. We think we just need some time to be able to package that together and provide you with a report so that you can make a educated and informative decision rather than just trying to make it on a one-off base. At the end of the day, you add the two taxes and you're still equaling, you know, that 4%. So I think really, as I said, as Cheryl said too, that, you know, to be consistent with how we've approached this in the past is it becomes part of your operating cost to service the debt, and that requires additional funding. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Calder. And I know it's not popular to see that, but it gives you a real picture of what the actual operating increase is, because it still comes out of the operating budget to pay that portion of the tax. Are there any other comments? Then what I'm going to do is the motion that is on the floor has been read by the clerk, moved by Councillor Reid and seconded by Councillor Devine. And if there are no other comments, I'm going to ask the clerk to now call for the vote. Madam Clerk, please.
Councillor Adshade,
Favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Mehta,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor Mcgarry,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Mann,
In favor?
and that carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now move into consideration of the overall 2022 capital budget. And we'll begin by having the motion placed on the floor, and then council may discuss the item and determine if they have any questions or comments related to the capital budget. Councillor Adshade, you are the mover of the motion on the capital budget for 2022, draft budget and business plan. However, it has changed since the movers list was sent out. And with your okay, I will ask that the clerk read the motion out on your behalf. Madam Clerk.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Adshade, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. Recommendation that the 2022 capital expenditures and revenue sources in the amount of $59,011,500 be approved, and that capital expenditures and revenue sources in the amount of $560,000 be pre-committed for the 2023 for project A00714-40 Region Dundas Street. Am I reading the right one, Jen? Sorry, I just panicked. Yes. Region Dundas Street, PH2, Hespler to Shade, identified as requiring funding over a 2-year period, and that in accordance with SS51 of the Development Charges Act 1997 and S5 of Ontario Regulation 8298, it is the clear intention that any excess capacity provided by any of the above referenced works will be paid for by future development charges, and that any donations or grants or subsidies applied to the 2022 capital program to projects with development charges funding are to offset the non-growth related costs of those projects, and further that the forecasted capital expenditures and revenue sources for 2023 through 2031 be approved in the total amount of $516,164,500 to be revisited annually.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And the capital budget may be found in your book on the following pages. The summary is on pages 68 to 88. The capital forecast on pages 215 to 229, and the details page 245 to 345. And now we'll move into any questions for staff. Councillor Ameta, questions in relation to the operating budget. Please go ahead, Councillor Ameta.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do have a question. Thanks. It's on page 71. a question about the laptop desktop replace lifestyle. Number 73, and it's the item for 200,000. That came up tonight from one of the delegations, and I just wanted to have some more information on that. What would that all entail, and why are we doing it? And is that something that could be delayed? That's the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mehta, and I'll turn to Deputy City Manager, Mr. Bush, to answer that for you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann. The mistake that was made on the call this evening was the number 10. That's the last two digits in the actual project number. So the laptop replacement, that's our annual replacement for our hardware for the corporation, 200 grand across 600 plus units. Hope that provides the clarity.
Councillor Mehta? I'm having trouble seeing you. Councillor Mehta, does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councillor Devine. Please go ahead, Councillor Devine.
Yes, thank you. Just on the same thought process. I didn't quite hear what Mr. Bush had said. Is that 600 units, Dave? Did I hear that right?
That's through you, Deputy Mayor Mann. On average, correct. We do a cycle every year. We used to do it in a 4-year increment, but we do it now annually. So we take a chunk of that. It's not a full replace. There's a 4-year cycle for that. That's
okay. No, that makes sense. You got to keep up with technology. I don't think it's being abused. I just didn't quite hear the number.
Yep.
But by the way, I think most of us in council, because we don't beat our computers up too bad. We can certainly have a longer life than most, to be honest with you. They just need to be upgraded once in a while. That's all. Okay.
Correct.
Like I don't see that as a big deal. But while I've got the floor here, capital budget. Give you the page 218. Okay, River Road Cultural Heritage Landscape. It is about 2/3 down the page. Now that we spoke about that during the River Road secondary plan, and my question is, like, that looks like that's slated for the 2023 budget, and I can live with that. Okay, I can live with that. But if we go to page 268, I think it is. And Hardy, maybe Hardy can enlighten me here too, a little bit, please. We go to page 268, that heritage character area study. Now, I assume that's two different things. Would that be correct, Mr. Bromberg?
Certainly through Deputy Mayor Mann, I do want to clarify. Councillor Devine has raised a good point. They are indeed two different studies. However, the document I have inadvertently mislabeled. So if you go to page 216 at the bottom, it talks about a heritage character area study for Hespeler. That should instead be a heritage conservation district study. So Councillor Devine indicated the capital project detail sheet on page 268. The information on that project detail sheet on that page is correct, including the project description, project justification, and the capital budget amount. It is the title that is incorrect. So instead of being a heritage character area study, it should be a heritage conservation district study for Hespeler. But it is indeed a separate capital project from the River Road Cultural Heritage Landscape proposed for 2023.
Okay, no, and through the chair, would I be able to ask another question, Mr. Mann?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. If we go to page, where are we here? Page 228 in our budget book. Now we go to page 228. We have a number of things that had been put in the budget and they appear to be unfunded. We talked to Cheryl, kind of brought some of that up just a little bit earlier. And maybe Yogesh could help me out here. Now, some of these unfunded projects that we have, like, well, here's one here. It's under 2023 budget, not current. Winston to Guelph construction. So that'd be that Hesper Trail that the trail committee was looking for. So if these are unfunded, how can we look at getting these projects funded that are on the books but they're unfunded? Can I have an explanation, please?
Thank you. And Mr. Shaw, please go ahead.
Through Deputy Mayor Mann, Chair, you. Yes, we have number of unfunded projects on a specific project, which is listed on page 228, Hesper Trail Winston to Guelph construction. We have approved or proposed to be approved a design project, or we already underway. Actually, we have approved project and we want to get it design ready. Currently, it's unfunded. Once we have a design ready project, we will look for opportunities for future grants. And if those grants are available, that can be made funded, as well as all unfunded are reviewed. Unfunded projects are reviewed on an annual basis. So next year's budget, we will review these unfunded projects again and reprioritize and see what projects can be funded.
Good, that's fine. I'm just a little bit, I mean, kudos to staff for raising this flag and for putting it in writing. Okay, to let counselors know what's going on here. Okay, I don't ever recall seeing a page like this before, and I think it's great. I think it's wonderful of staff to do this. Okay, but again, it raises some flags and some concerns. It's not like they've just fallen off the table. They're currently unfunded. So that's, if we can get grants available to fund some of these, and as we know, it's provincial election year next year, so that'll be interesting. Okay, thanks for the information. Thank you.
Thank you. And are there any other questions for staff? Does council have any comments that they want to make? Any comments that council wants to make? I just want to say that I know that this has been a very difficult year, and before I continue, I'll let Councillor Devine continue. Go ahead, Councillor Devine.
Sorry, Councillor Mann, I was a little slow on the uptake here. Capital budget. So, I mean, I think we all know where we are now. Just talking about capital and talking about operating, because I don't want to mix apples and oranges here. But the Preston Odd, is that coming to capital or operating?
That's a capital project.
Okay, so we don't know where we're at with that until we figure out what the costing is going to be. Is that correct? Like what percentage of increase is going to be?
I'll let Ms. Ayers answer that, but I think that was discussed previously. But
just want to make sure we know where we're at. Thanks.
Yep. Please, Ms. Ayers, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor Mann. We did previously discuss the capital project costs of Preston Auditorium, and the motion that was approved included the operating impacts of $1.5 million, which equates to a tax levy impact of 1.21% on the operating budget. I hope that helps to answer your question, Councillor Devine.
It's clear. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll move to Councillor Reid. Councillor Reid, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Well, I didn't want to leave this capital budget without saying thank you to everybody, including councillors and also those people who came as delegations around the Preston Auditorium and the expansion. I think that we have made a really great decision here, and it just didn't seem right to me to not say something about the fact that we are going to do this. We are going to build a world-class modern facility. And I just think that it's a very exciting evening that this is happening. So I couldn't let it pass without making some kind of comment. So thank you to all of the councillors who supported this, and to all of the people out in the community who urged us to take this stand and build this facility.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Next, we'll move to Mayor Mcgarry. Go ahead, please, Mayor Mcgarry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I just also wanted to add my thanks to the great teams that we have here. I know that all of staff are involved in the budget process, but in particular, the capital project really outlines clearly the type of momentum that this city has. And I think it's incumbent upon us to continue to look for new and different ways of funding, to keep an eye and a track on which unfunded projects in the future should be priorities, and how to continue to look for extra funding. And I also wanted to just point out that as we grow into the future and we look for different funding programs from upper levels of government, such as the provincial and federal governments, then we do have a good plan moving forward. So I wanted to add my thank you to everyone.
Thank you, Mayor Mcgarry. And I don't see any other comments. And I too want to say thank you for the budget presentation that staff put together. And I know it's staff across the entire organization who've worked on this, but the budget document was easy for us to read, and the opportunity that we had on both the 24th and the 25th of November to get our questions answered, I think was very helpful in the process that we experienced tonight. And I want to echo what Councillor Reid said in relation to the Preston Auditorium. And I would be remiss if I didn't make comments about this. This is very exciting for our community because it is something that is very much needed, and it gives us an opportunity to showcase our community in a very exciting way. Sports tourism is very important to us, and this is an opportunity for us to demonstrate that through our commitment to the Preston Aud, to our commitment to the City of Cambridge in developing this facility into the jewel of our community. And so again, thank you to everybody who has been involved in that. And it's not been an easy decision because we all have our ideas about the finances of the city and the tax increase that we think is appropriate, but the needs of the city are important too. And I think everybody has stepped up to the plate and put their stick on the ice, so to speak, to get us through this part of our agenda. And again, thank you to everybody, because it's been a very exciting night and a very important night for staff, for council, and for our community. And having said that, there are no further questions or comments. I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to call for the vote on the capital budget. Madam Clerk, please.
Councillor Adshade.
Favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor Mcgarry.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Mann.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. We will now move into our operating budget and related recommendations as contained in Report 21-320 CRS Re 2022 Draft Budget and Business Plan. I'm going to suggest that we have the motion placed on the floor, and then we'll move ahead with discussion. Councillor Hamilton, you are the mover of the next motion on the operating budget for 2022 Draft Budget and Business Plan. However, it has changed since the movers list was sent out, and I'll ask our clerk to read that motion out. But I think we're going to take a 5-minute break just to make sure we have the right figures contained in that motion. So before we move ahead, we'll take that break, and we'll be back shortly. If everybody could mute their mics and turn off their cameras. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everyone. And I see that Councillor Liggett has joined us, and thank you, Councillor Liggett, for joining us. And just before we get started, is there any conflict of interest that you want to declare, Councillor Liggett?
No, there isn't. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're at the point in the meeting now where the operating budget motion was going to be put on the floor. And with, if Councillor Hamilton, you're in agreement, that we'll get the clerk to read out the new motion in relation to the operating budget. Thank you. So Madam Clerk, if you could, the operating budget.
Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Reid, that report 21-320 CRS re 2022 draft budget and business plan be received, and that the 2022 tax supported operating budget be approved with a tax levy of $100,656,300, inclusive of the Cambridge Public Library's tax levy of $7,787,300, and including assessment growth of 0.96%. And that if the actual net taxable assessment growth is different than 0.96%, any increase in the tax dollars generated will be transferred to the rate stabilization reserve, or any decrease in the tax dollars will be funded from the rate stabilization reserve. And that the non-union salary and wage increases align with the increases for the QP 1882 Inside Workers Employee Group as per its collective bargaining agreement, and that the Preston Town Centre BIA, the Hespeler Village BIA, and the Downtown Cambridge BIA expenditures in the amount of $83,600, $31,630, and $228,973 respectively, and having a combined net tax levy of $283,383 be approved. And that the community grants to each individual group as outlined in Appendix C of the 2022 draft budget and business plan as revised be approved in the amount of $2,367,500. And that the funding be approved in the amount of $10,000 annually for each of the 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025 towards Wilfrid Laurier University Capstone Urban Studies Program. And that the transfers to and from reserves and reserve funds as identified in the 2022 draft budget and business plan or as amended by council be approved. And that the preliminary tax supported operating budget forecasts be approved with a projected tax rate increase of 3.74 in 2023, 3.67 in 2024, and 2.89 in 2025 to be revisited annually. And further, that the bylaws attached to this report be passed as amended.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we're now going to follow the following process to go through the budget now that we have the information, the motion on the floor. Members may ask questions of staff, and I ask that you please be patient and use your raised hand feature. We need to be patient with this process and ask each other throughout this and give staff some time to get us the answers to the questions that we have. So the tax supported operating budget summary is on pages 29 to 60, and the business plan details are on pages 108 to 206. So I go to council and ask if there are questions of staff, and yes, there are. Councillor Reid, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. The question I have is that I do believe that the property tax assessment of $50,000 in this operating budget could be removed because the provincial government is not moving ahead with that program. Would I be correct in that?
And I'll just get confirmation through Ms. Ayers in relation to that comment. To Ms. Ayers, if you would, please.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor Mann. What Councillor Reid is referring to is on page 35. There's a table there that shows one-time impacts. The second last item on that list is for $50,000 for anticipated assessment review board appeals following new assessments. So we had put this into the budget anticipating that the province would announce a province-wide reassessment to the property assessment base. That announcement was delayed, so that is not happening now in 2022. So this item can be removed from the budget and we will move it forward to 2023 when we anticipate that the reassessment will occur.
Thank you, Ms. Ayers. And I'll just go back to, yes, please.
Do we need a motion in order to remove that?
Sorry, I'll go back to Ms. Ayers for that, please. Ms. Ayers?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Mann, I assume a motion would be required.
Thank you. So then, yes, we will need a motion for that to be removed from the operating budget.
So just to ask you what you prefer as the chair, that we keep track of motions or that we do them as they come up?
Yes, please.
Okay, then I would make a motion that this particular item be removed from the budget, the operating budget.
And I think we have a seconder in Mayor Mcgarry. And any questions, comments from council? Seeing none, I'll just give the clerk an opportunity to prepare the motion, and then we'll have her read it out. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. And Madam Clerk, I think you have the motion.
Moved by Councillor Reid, seconded by Mayor Mcgarry, that the one-time expenditure in the amount of $50,000 for the anticipated assessment review board ARB appeals following new assessments be moved from 2022 to 2023.
Thank you. And are there any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. Madam Chair or Madam Clerk, please.
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Mehta,
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Liggett,
In favor.
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor Mcgarry,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Mann,
Favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. Thank you. And further questions and comments from council in relation to our operating budget for 2023? Councillor Reid, please go ahead.
That little arrow is very difficult some days. I would like to introduce a motion to have free menstrual products in washrooms, and I believe that a motion has been prepared ahead of time. So if you're prepared, I would like to put that on the floor, looking for a seconder.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. And Councillor Wolf is identified as a seconder.
And could the clerk read it for me, please?
Yes, thank you. Madam Clerk, if you would, please.
Where's the seconder? Moved by Councillor Reid, seconded by Councillor Wolf, that Cambridge shall begin providing free menstrual products in its facilities in the first quarter of 2022, and that staff be directed to install dispensers in all women's and universal washrooms, change rooms in the city facilities at a cost of $18,400, and that $4,000 be added to the facilities operating budget in 2022 for the provision of free menstrual supplies.
And if I may speak to it.
Thank you. Yes, please go ahead, Councillor Reid.
I'm not going to spend a lot of time speaking to this motion, since I think that you heard from a number of our community members that wanted this motion. This comes from our community. It's our community telling us that they want this equity. There are a number of women's groups who spoke earlier today, and also Kevin Hebert from the Change the Flow spoke as well, and in support of us having free menstrual products within our washrooms and change rooms. So I'm really hoping that people will support this, and that we can be on the leading edge here of cities that are now providing these, as we recognize as we learn and grow and change as a society, that this is a necessary item, the same as toilet paper, and that it should be provided. I'm going to leave it at that, and hope that all of you will support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. We'll move to the next speaker, Councillor Wolf. Please go ahead, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I strongly support this motion, as I did last time it came before council. I'd like to thank Cheryl, Kathleen, Sharon, Sarika, Kim, Kevin, Lynn, Amanda, and Sharon, and the organizations they represent for the excellent informative presentations in support of free menstrual products in city washrooms that they gave this morning. We have been told that London instituted their pilot project in 2019, and costs were much less than anticipated. I believe that when we institute our program, it too will cost less than the $18,000 budgeted. However, at this price, the cost to the homeowner is 27 cents a year. This is a very little price to pay for equity, dignity, and health for those who use menstrual products. And I too hope that we'll have unanimous support from council.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. We'll move on to Councillor Adshade, please. Go ahead, Councillor Adshade.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Mann. I too strongly support this motion, like I did the last time it came before council. I really believe this is a diversity, inclusion, and equity issue that the city is trying to achieve. we heard from our delegates who talked about period poverty, and some things that really made me think was what the delegates said, like 1/3 struggle to obtain menstrual products, 1/3 of the population, and 79% have either missed work or school due to menstruation. And like Councillor Wolf said, it's only 27 cents per household. So I think this is a diversity, inclusion, and equity issue, and I strongly support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Adshade. And next we have Councillor Devine. Please go ahead, Councillor Devine.
Thank you. We had some excellent speakers on this issue from various walks of life, which I found extremely interesting. And one of the most respected people in Cambridge on diversity issues is the CEO of the YWCA Cambridge, Kim Decker. And Kim Decker spoke extremely well today. She highlighted a number of things, and I'll be supporting this motion. I certainly will be supporting it. And because if you look at the figures, and I don't think last time we went through this, we had those same figures. But I mean, this is to about 27 cents a day, but the actual cost of 18,400 for install, right? And then an additional $4,000 per year. That, I mean, that's not a huge amount of money, and it will make a difference in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and through you, I'd like to thank Councillor Reid for bringing this motion forward, and also all the delegates who came to speak to us today. As my fellow councillors have pointed out, they were very powerful. Their words, the emotion behind them, and the history of this issue, it's very impactful. And so I thank all of them for speaking about it and bringing it to the fore. I'm absolutely in support of the motion. I understand it came to council before, a while back, before my time, and I think before many of us, and it didn't pass. And now I think it'd be a great statement to the city to have a unanimous support behind it, to show that as a council, we can reconsider issues, think critically about them, adjust to changing circumstance, and we can grow, we can progress, and we can understand the changing plight of citizens and residents as they go through issues such as this, something as simple and as human and as basic as menstruation. So I'm absolutely in support of it. I think it is a diversity, and equity and equality issue, but it's also just a testament to the humanness that we all share as citizens of the same city. So I'm absolutely in support of it. And again, I thank Councillor Reid for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We'll move to Councillor Ameta. Go ahead, please, Councillor Ameta.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And I certainly do appreciate the presentations and, you know, hearing more about the need. I guess the struggle with me is that there are a number of different needs in the community, a number of different health needs. There's people like who wear diapers. There's people who are on blood thinners and who bleed very easy, and they need access to like more bandages and things like that. There's other needs like with people with allergies and different things like that. And you know, trying to accommodate everything is very difficult. And I would prefer another approach, maybe to have some on hand for an emergency, and to be able to refer women to public health as well, and to different organizations that can help with the cost issues. So I would prefer a different approach rather than just providing a free product in every washroom. And you know, it's, you know, that is the concern, handing out free stuff. And that's where I'm coming from with that. It's not that I don't want to help people. I would just prefer a different way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ameta. Next is Mayor Mcgarry. Please go ahead, Mayor Mcgarry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and through you, I'm also strongly in support of this motion, as I was last time. And thank you to Councillor Reid for bringing it forward. I think I also wanted to not only thank the delegates for coming forward to speak so passionately in this way, I also want to note that through their delegations and through discussion of this in a public forum like City Council, it raises awareness throughout the entire population that we are part of, and it raises awareness of the period poverty that does happen. And I'm hoping that through some of the education that we've all had today, that people can recognize that providing these products to organizations that can also give them out, such as the food bank, such as other organizations that may be providing different supports to our more vulnerable community, will continue throughout this area. I think this gives a good message for our city to take the lead role here and continue to provide the products when they're needed. When these products are needed, they're needed at that very moment. There's no way that people can actually go to a different desk or a different organization in that moment of need and try and obtain a product. It needs to be in the washrooms. And I really strongly support this motion and hope that our community continues to support those who menstruate and can provide products to others in need. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I too strongly support this motion. It was very interesting for me when I think about every single person has been caught in a dilemma throughout their cycle at one particular time or another, and what do you do? And there were so many excellent delegates who came forward with convicting stories about what has happened and what does happen and how we can help. And when some people tell us that it's food versus the product and they have to make that decision, it's disturbing to me that we put people through those types of dilemmas. This is absolutely necessary within our community, and it's a real easy opportunity for us to provide those necessities for people who need them. So I absolutely support this motion. And again, thank you, Councillor Reid, for bringing this forward, and for all the delegates who came forward to speak so passionately about this morning. And I don't see any other questions or comments, so I'm going to ask Madam Chair to call the vote on this motion.
Only if you call me Madam Clerk.
Sorry, why do I do that? I'm sorry. I'm the chair, and Madam Clerk is the clerk.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Mehta.
Opposed.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor Mcgarry.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Mann.
Favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. I'll turn back to Council for other questions or comments in relation to the 2022 operating budget. Councillor Reid. Please go ahead, Councillor Reid. I hate to tell you this, but you're on mute.
I thought I'd clicked it. Sorry about that. I would like to explore with Council if they have any impetus to add any money to the Bernice Adams Award. I was really quite taken with the delegate this morning and asking for that, and the fact that they are going to change. I'm not sure which councillor is a rep on the Bernice Adams Award, but maybe I don't want to put somebody on the spot, but they may be able to even give us more information on that. But I think it's worth a discussion, and to see if there's anybody who feels that we should give them a little more money, and as they are going past their 40th anniversary.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. And I noticed that Councillor Mehta has his hand up, and I'll ask him to speak to this item. I know that the ask was for $15,000. Councillor Amata, if you would go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Well, I would fully support giving the Bernice Adams more funding. I think that one-time request is very reasonable. They're going through a rebranding and coming back stronger than ever. And I'd like council to consider the 15 grand or someplace close to it. And I know they had also mentioned they wanted the annual funding reviewed as well. And maybe that's a longer process as we juggle everything, but I think that would be worthy of discussion as well, because it hasn't been updated for quite some time and their expenses keep going up every year. And they've done a lot for the community, and they've been around for a long time with the former councillor Bernice Adams. And so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Amata. So I know that what they had asked was an increase from $7,700 to $1,200 annually.
$12,000.
Sorry, $12,000 annually, and a one-time ask of $15,000. Is that what you're suggesting?
Thank you. I'd like to put that on the floor, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Adshade? Thank you. And now I would open that up to council for questions, comments. Councillor Wolf, go ahead, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I can't support 15,000 and 12,000. This is a huge increase percent-wise. This is an organization basically that has one event a year and hands out prizes, scholarships to the arts community. They have 70,000 in their reserve. And so I'm just thinking we'd be spending $12,000 a year so they can have an event. And this year we're spending $15,000 so they can have a fancier event. In terms of needs, Councillor Amata, when he voted against this last motion and talked about other real needs in the community, I'm not sure this amount of increase is fiscally responsible for us. I can see giving them some more money for their event. Normally, they used to have their event at City Hall, and now they want to go to the Hamilton Theatre. And I'd be curious to know how many people actually attend the events. That's a 500-seat theater. So I could support perhaps 10,000 for this year at the most. But that's just my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Councillor Reid, please, you're next. Go ahead.
I think the money is a little off there. I don't think it's quite that much. I think they want to up from the 7,000 to 12,000. So that would mean an extra 5,000 in what they normally get each year to operate. And then I think they've asked for an additional 15,000 as a 1 year item. For this coming year, but I may be wrong in that. So if somebody remembers it a little better than I do from this morning, they could comment on that. But I think it would be a total of 20,000. So somebody can correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. And I know there's a motion that has been brought forward by staff or by council to staff, and I'll just get Madam Clerk to read that motion to us so that we know what's being considered. Madam Clerk, if you would, please.
This is moved by Councillor Meta, seconded by Councillor Adshade, that the operating budget for the Bernice Adams Cultural Awards be increased from $7,700 to $12,000, and that one-time funding in the amount of $15,000 be approved for the rebranding and relaunch of the Bernice Adams Cultural Awards in 2022.
Thank you, and we'll continue to move for questions and comments from council. And I'll turn now to Councillor Adshade. Go ahead, please, Councillor Adshade.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Mann. I will support this motion. I used to be on the committee. I'm no longer on it from the last term, but I know they work tirelessly for the arts community, and they do a lot of good work and a lot of hard and good work in the community. And they haven't asked for an increase in a long time. And I know they're trying to make the event more special and to make it bigger. So I think for all the good they do in the community, I'm going to be able to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Adshade. Further comments from council? Mayor Mcgarry, please go ahead, Mayor Mcgarry.
Thank you very much. And I did enjoy listening to the delegation this morning and understand how important that the Bernice Adams Cultural Awards are for the city. I think for the motion itself, I can understand why you need an increase at some point in order to continue to run these events, especially that if it hasn't been sort of looked at for some years. I also understand that, we're in some fiscal restraint times and post-pandemic, and we're trying to be equitable across a lot of the groups that do come out and ask for some of the funding from grants to groups area. I'm not sure I can support a full 15,000 for rebranding at this time. I'm wondering if it might be feasible to increase their operating per year from the 7,000 to 12,000 to sort of come up with the times, but I'm just not feeling comfortable at this particular time putting a full $15,000 for a rebrand right now, and wondering if we could hold that off for a year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Mcgarry. Councillor Adshade, is that a legacy hand? Thanks.
Sure.
Any other questions or comments from council? Not seeing any other questions or comments. There is another comment from Councillor Wolf, please. Councillor Wolf, go ahead.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I would support Mayor McGarry's suggestion that I could support the 12,000 if we're going to go up, and again we have grants to groups, which this is. I'm not sure why this group isn't under that, but where we are looking at their needs, and it's very difficult to get this amount of money for any group. So I can support the 12,000 a year, but not the rebranding.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf.
Well.
Are you asking for an amendment to the motion?
Yes.
Okay, and do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Hamilton? So what we'll do now is we'll do a vote from council on the amendment that has been brought forward by Councillor Wolf and Councillor Hamilton. Any comments or questions by council? Councillor Hamilton, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Mann, and through you. I think the amendment to me is a good call. I was struggling with the amount of the increase and the nature in which it's just, I think, being brought forth, but I do see the tremendous good that the Bernice Adams Association does for Cambridge. So I think it's important we support them, but we do so cautiously, respecting the public purse. So I think for me, the amendment would be a great compromise.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. And I don't see any other questions or comments from council, so I'm going to ask Madam Clerk just to read the amendment, and then we'll vote on that amendment. We're just going to take a moment to get some clarification. I'll be right back. So what we're going to do is we're going to split the original motion and we're going to vote on the one-time funding of 15,000 first. So the motion that we vote on first will be the 15,000, whether council is in support or not of the $15,000. So I'll ask Madam Clerk to read the motion and call for the vote.
That one-time funding in the amount of 15,000 be approved for the rebranding and relaunch of the Bernice Adams Cultural Awards in 2022. Just need a mover and a seconder for that revised amendment.
We have Councillor Ameta and Councillor Adshade.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Nay.
Councillor Meta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
Opposed.
Councillor Reid.
Opposed.
Councillor Wolf.
Opposed.
Mayor Mcgarry.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Mann.
Opposed.
And that fails.
Now what we'll do is we'll go into the second portion of that motion and have Madam Clerk read that motion to council and then call for the vote. Madam Clerk, please.
That the operating budget for the Bernice Adams Cultural Awards be increased from 7,700 to 12,000. Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Meta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor.
Mayor Mcgarry.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Mann.
In favor.
And that carries.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from council in relation to the 2003 or 2022 operating budget? Any other questions or comments? Councillor Meta, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. My question is, where are we at now with the percentage increase, and how much would we have to cut to get 1% removed? Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, and I'll go to Ms. Ayers, and I think we may have to take a break if we're going to get anything out of any further information out of that, but I will go to Ms. Ayers first. Ms. Ayers, please.
Thank you, Chairman, and through you. We're currently at 4.24% tax levy impact. Each 1% of the budget equals 965,400.
Thank you. Councillor Meta. And I'm looking to council for any other further questions or comments in relation to the 2022 operating budget. I don't see any other comments or questions being raised or hands being raised. Are there any other questions or comments in the 2022 operating budget? And seeing no further questions, I'm going to take just a short moment here. So we're just going to take a 5-minute break because we have to give staff the time to adjust the operating budget to reflect what changes we have just done. So we're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll get back to the actual budget, get the numbers, and then proceed from there. Thanks, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, and thanks for your indulgence. We've taken a look at the operating budget motion, and I'm going to ask the clerk to reread the motion because we have made some changes. So the clerk will now reread the motion, and then we will call for the vote. Madam Clerk, please.
Moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Reid, that report 21-320 CRS read 2022 draft budget and business plan be received, and that the 2022 tax supported operating budget be approved with a tax levy of $100,633,000 inclusive of the Cambridge Public Library's tax levy of $7,787,300 and including assessment growth of 0.96%. And that if the actual net taxable assessment growth is different than 0.96%, any increase in the tax dollars generated will be transferred to the rate stabilization reserve, or any decrease in tax dollars will be funded from the rate stabilization reserve. And that non-union salary and wage increases align with the increases for the QP 1882 Inside Workers Employee Group as per its collective bargaining agreement, and that the Preston Town Center Business Improvement Area, the Hespeler Village Business Improvement Area, and the Downtown Cambridge Business Improvement Area expenditures in the amount of $83,600, $31,630, and $228,973 respectively, and having a combined net tax levy of $283,383 be approved. And that the community grants to each individual group as outlined in Appendix C of the 2022 draft budget and business plan as revised be approved in the amount of $2,367,500, and that the funding be approved in the amount of $10,000 annually for each of the 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025 towards Wilfrid Laurier University Capstone Urban Studies Program, and that the transfers to and from reserves and reserve funds as identified in the 2022 draft budget and business plan or as amended by council be approved, and that the preliminary tax supported operating budget forecast be approved with a projected tax rate increase of 3.82% in 2023, 3.62% in 2024, and 2.89% in 2025 to be revisited annually. And further, that the bylaws attached to this report be passed as amended.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And does council have any other questions or comments? Seeing none. Councillor Reid. Councillor Reid, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry about that. It takes me a while to get that little arrow to go where I want it to go. I'm understanding that we will have a 4.24% increase. And what would that be in dollars per average household?
Thank you, Councillor Reid. And I'll just go to Ms. Ayers, if you could, please, Ms. Ayers.
Thank you. And through you, Deputy Mayor Mann, the impact for the average household would be $60.53.
Thank you. The next is anything further, Councillor Reid?
No, that's fine.
Thank you. And Councillor Ameta, please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I have to say I am pretty torn. I know that we have a lot of important initiatives, but I'm really not comfortable with this kind of an increase. And I would like the option maybe to defer the budget until another day so I can go back through operating and see if I can find $1.5 million, or either that or send it back to staff to see if they can trim everything across the board to reach a lower amount of some kind. I am troubled by the amount. I'm not putting the blame on anyone. It's just, I would like more time to see about lowering it. So thank you.
Thank you. And do you have a seconder for your deferral? I'm not seeing anyone as a seconder for your deferral, Councillor Ameta. And not seeing.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, that's fine. I want that recorded in the minutes. I at least asked for one. Nobody is obligated to second it if they don't want. I'm fine with that. But
Thank
it's
you.
something I would have preferred. I'm just making that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ameta. And seeing no further questions in relation to the 2022 operating budget, I will now ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk, please.
And Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Meta,
Opposed?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor Mcgarry,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Mann,
In favor.
and that carries.
The next item on our agenda is agenda item number 6.1.2, 21-321 CRS Ontario Regulation 284/09. Councillor Wolf, you have the motion. Can you please read it in its entirety?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, moved by myself, seconded by Mayor Mcgarry. Recommendation that report 21-321 CRS Ontario Regulation 284/09 be received, and that the compliance report for expenses excluded from the 2022 budget outlined in report 21-321 CRS as a requirement of Ontario Regulation 284/09 passed under the Municipal Act 2001 be adopted.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. Does council have any comments, or does council have any questions first for staff? Does council have any comments? Seeing none, I will ask our clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk, please.
Councillor Adshade,
In favor. In favor. Yeah.
thank you. Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Meta,
In favor?
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor Mcgarry,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Mann,
In favor?
and that carries.
Thank you. And before we move on to the confirmatory bylaw, does anyone have any other business to discuss? Okay, then we'll move ahead. Our next item is a motion to receive. Councillor Meta, you have this motion, but it has been changed since the movers list was circulated to council. And so with your agreement, I'll ask the clerk to read out the new motion for you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. That works. Thanks.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please.
Moved by Councillor Meta, seconded by Mayor Mcgarry. Recommendation that all presentations and correspondence from the special council budget meeting on December 2nd and notes from the question and answer sessions with members of council and staff held on November 24th and 25th, 2021 be received.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As council heard, the motion to receive now includes the notes from the questions and answer session with members of council and staff held on November 24th, 25th, 2021. Over the course of the 2 days, there were 3 sessions that members of council were invited to. Council was invited to ask questions they had related to the budget, and staff were on hand to answer those questions. These questions asked and answers provided were included in the budget meeting addendum and are to be received as information as part of the preparation for Council's decision-making on the 2022 budget. To Council, are there any questions for staff? Are there any comments from Council? Seeing none, I will now ask the clerk to call for the vote. Madam Clerk, please.
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Meta,
Favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor Mcgarry,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Mann,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the introduction and consideration of bylaws. Councillor Devine, you have the motion. Please read it in its entirety.
Well, I'll do that when I find it. I think I'm going to ask the clerk to read that out, please. And thank you. It's in one of my piles here. I just don't know which one.
Moved by Councillor Devine, seconded by, I need a seconder, sorry. Councillor Wolf. That the following bylaws listed under the heading of introduction and consideration of bylaws be enacted and passed. 21086 being a bylaw of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge to authorize the issuance of debentures for the rehabilitation of existing assets and construction of new assets contained in the capital funding program. 21087 being a bylaw to adopt municipal fees and charges.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any questions or comments from Council? And I'll ask Madam Clerk to call for the vote. Just before we get to the vote, I'll go off camera for a moment here. I just wanted to make note before we take the vote on the bylaw that Councillor Liggett has been with us off camera periodically throughout the day and when she could be. And she is in support of the motions that we've put forward tonight. She hasn't been able to be on camera, but she has been in support of the decisions that we have made. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention this evening. And so now, Madam Clerk, I would ask that you call for the vote.
Councillor Adshade.
In favor.
Councillor Devine.
Aye.
Councillor Meta.
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton.
In favor.
Councillor Reid.
In favor.
Councillor Wolf.
In favor?
Mayor Mcgarry.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Mann,
In favor.
and that carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our next item is the confirmatory bylaw. And Councillor Wolf, you have the motion. Please read it in its entirety.
Move by, through you, Deputy Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Mayor Mcgarry, that bylaw 21-088 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Cambridge be enacted and passed.
Thank you, Councillor Wolf. And I'll ask the clerk to call for the vote.
Councillor Adshade,
In favor.
Councillor Devine,
Aye.
Councillor Meta,
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton,
In favor.
Councillor Reid,
In favor.
Councillor Wolf,
In favor?
Mayor Mcgarry,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Mann,
In favor?
And that carries.
Thank you. We've now reached the end of our agenda for today. And before we go, I see Councillor Reid has her hand up. Councillor Reid, go ahead, please.
Oh,
you're on mute, Councillor Reid.
Sorry about that. Thought I'd pushed it. I wanted to say a few words before we closed out our meeting. I wanted to thank you as a budget chair for handling this meeting and handling the budget. And I hope that as the vice chair, I have been a proper aid and help to you through this budget process. I'm very pleased that we have been able to get this budget, and I know that we are spending more than we had anticipated spending, but I believe it is the right thing to do. And I'm very pleased with all of us. So I just wanted to say thank you to everyone, and in particular to our Deputy Mayor Mann for handling this budget and the meeting today.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Your comments are appreciated. I too wanted to say thank you to council and to staff who have supported us throughout the budget process. I think the way in which it had been presented to council throughout this term has been very helpful in helping us come to the decisions that we have today. The days that were set aside for us in November were very beneficial and really helped give us a head start as far as the budget was concerned. And I'm sure that's why we came to the decisions that we did today, and that we were able to do the budget in the timely fashion that we were. So thank you to staff for the considerable work you have done, and that's to all staff. It has not gone unnoticed, and I know that it is very much appreciated by everybody. And with that, I will ask Councillor Amata, you have the motion to adjourn. Would you please read it in its entirety?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do. The motion is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Adshade. Recommendation that the council meeting does now adjourn at 9:22 p.m.
Thank you, Councillor Amata, and I'll ask the clerk to call for the vote.
Councillor Adshade?
In favor.
Councillor Devine?
Aye.
Councillor Amata?
In favor.
Councillor Hamilton?
In favor.
Councillor Reid?
In favor.
Councillor Wolf?
In favor?
Mayor Mcgarry?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Mann?
In favor.
And that carries.
Well, thank you. And again, this concludes our meeting for today. And before we go, I just want to say thank you to all the delegations who came forward to speak to us today. The delegations that you provided were very significant in the decisions that we made, and we appreciate that you take the time out of your day to come forward and help us in determining the budget for the next year and for future years. Again, thank you for joining us, and on behalf of City Council, we remind you, Cambridge, please be grateful and kind to one another, and please stay safe. Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Thanks, everyone.